smile. Much love, everyone. Love it here. Thanks for making life better. Months, let's go. It's Friday then. Two months in the stunlock, let's get it. Charlotte. Happy Friday, chat. Hope you all have a great start to the weekend hassle.
Fuck it, I'm saying it.
liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley lying liar, dude. What a fucking... Holy fucking... What the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live and alive, folks, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one. I know I am, folks, because beautiful day today here in sunny California, Los Angeles. It is Friday, August 27, 2021, 11:12 a.m. That's right. Freaking weekend, baby. It's the god dang freaking weekend, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful one so far. Shouts out to all the wage cucks, all the wage slaves. An opportunity for the weekend warriors to come out, start having some fun today. You know, it's a goddamn celebration out here. And the reason for why it's a goddamn celebration is because...
You know we finally here, right? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday,
oh shit! That's right. It's motherfucking Friday, baby. That's right. No, you didn't. But he did. He fucking did, dude. He fucking did. All right, so folks, it's Friday. I hope everyone's having fun today. I'm gonna take this fucking hat off because it kind of sucks. I got the pushback hair because I'm a real piece of shit. Okay. I got the Soprano shirt. What did people keep talking about Ronaldo? I don't care, motherfucker. I don't care. I wish Mufasa a very good day wherever he is. Who knows? Ronaldo news or you're a fraud? Bro, I literally do not care. I do not fucking care. Anyway, last night I ended the broadcast in a fucking hot flash. It's the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news for those of you who don't know. Still at this point. Last night I ended the broadcast in a hot flash. I think Road 96 like fucked me up a little bit. I don't know what that was about, to be honest with you. But Road 96 fucked me up.
Let's go.
Fucked me up a bit. I felt like I don't know if it was like motion sickness or not. Like, I don't know what was happening. The movement was a little weird. So
1 year, baby. Let's go.
I don't know what happened there.
Jammies.
You made the Snapchat stories thing today? Yeah, dude, I saw this. What the fuck is this, bro? Dude, Snapchat news has lost their minds, dude. What is this? Yeah. I feel like this is illegal, right? This should be illegal. Like, how the fuck are... First of all, like, I'm a little weirded out because, like, I'm happy that they're, like, calling me a gamer, right? Like, finally, Snapchat Gaming Legends knows, like, I'm a fucking gaming legend, right? And that's good. That's a good thing. Okay? But then it just, like, makes it seem like I fucking beat my wife or something. Like, I have a wife and I beat her. They do dog shit with XQC all the time. They do this dog shit with XQC all the time. Oh, okay. Chat. If you're in here right now, and you're like telling me eviction moratorium, dude, like, and you send me a fucking Google, like, article link. Like, what the fuck do you think? You think I'm not gonna talk about one of the biggest goddamn news stories of the day? Like, listen, folks. We're gonna fucking talk about the news, okay? That's what I do here, okay? Eviction moratorium was thrown out by the Supreme Court in a fucking bullshit, 6-3 conservative supermajority decision. Some of the fucking opinions were insane and like literal gray name fucking level Reddit debate lord takes. And that's why I always say, like, lawyers are just Reddit debate lords, okay? And the more debate lord they become, the higher they elevate through, lawyerdom. And therefore, the Supreme Court justice is, like, literally the #1 debate lord on the fucking planet. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't get more debate lord than a Supreme Court justice. We'll talk about that in a second. Obviously, horse vaccine. Horse dewormer ivermectin is popping the fuck off. W banner. Thank you for reminding me, my friend. Thank you. Sometimes I forget the W banner, but then I got real ones in the chat reminding me. So, we'll do a fucking Johnny Harris. Welcome Johnny Harris back into our homes. The Taliban is lying. Don't believe them. What the fuck? Bro, this guy, dude, Johnny Harris is like I feel like every day he just becomes more and more of like a neocon. Like, I don't understand it. It's very strange. Anyway,
Poggies.
For the record, what I'm rocking right now, what I'm like, this look is inspired by Bradley Cooper in War Dogs. This is the War Dogs Bradley Cooper drip. It's a really good movie. For those of you who haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. Lord of War is another really good movie. But yeah, look at this.
Hassle.
Bradley CIA Cooper. You look like the cult leader from Far Cry. Yeah, many people have said I'm looking more and more like Donnie every goddamn day, but who knows? Anyway. So let's keep going. So on today's broadcast, we're going to talk about a bunch of different things. Obviously, eviction moratorium, the Supreme Court decision, numerous other things. Other than that, I reached out to a couple friends of mine, like YouTubers and stuff that have like these fancy fucking houses, right? These nice ass houses that are furnished incredibly well. And I was like, how the fuck do I furnish my place? Because, like, SOS, I need, like, red alert, SOS, I need shit. Like, I need furniture. I need, like, good looking furniture so people don't make fun of me. Everyone on the internet is, like, already saying, like, oh, his house is gonna look like his, style, his personal style, like a fucking divorced dad or something. Or like a New York finance bro. So basically I you know, I reached out to a couple people. There's a couple different like websites that they gave me. I learned a lot about furniture in these past couple of weeks, but like I'm gonna have QTCINDERELLA obviously come here to my house and we shall sit down and do some interior design in a little bit. Okay, so get fucking excited about that. It's Friday. We're supposed to have a little bit of fun, you know. We're gonna have a little bit of broccoli, we're gonna have a little bit of vegetables, and then we're gonna have a little bit of fun later. So
excited for more political news.
I'm sure people will fucking lose their minds when they see the furniture prices as well. Because, like, let me tell you, folks, furniture prices are fucking insane.
11 months.
Okay,
Let's go,
so, you know. Hire someone or tell mom she has free reign? No. I have thrifted every single piece of furniture I've ever owned with the exception of the chair behind me and the desk. Every single fucking piece of furniture I've ever had, I have thrifted, including my frameless bed. Il Patricio, it's like $1,000 for a couch. 1,000? Try fucking 10,000, dude. $1,000 for a couch, I feel like was, you know, pre-COVID numbers. Now I feel like every goddamn couch on the internet is like. There was a time and place when you guys remember I used to have the best choice product couch that I got off Amazon. It was the worst decision of my entire life. Costco ones are like 2K LMAO, bro. But we'll see. My couch was 5K for a full section. Shit is expensive as fuck. Yeah. I mean, my current couch that's here, like my current couch is literally a fucking hand-me-down. And it's the best couch I've ever had. It's a sectional couch. But shit is fucking expensive.
Once again,
dude.
I'm giving you my financial support.
My dude said order from union manufacturers only. Listen, motherfucker, when I am making merchandise, I go union. When I'm buying shit, I'm not gonna fucking sit through the process and try to like figure out what if there's any like union made manufactured fucking furniture. Okay, that is a psychotic situation when like Chinese factory manufacturing still takes like fucking 10 weeks. Straight up.
Thank you,
dude says
for informing me and
dude says
me
dude you should buy
hassle.
You should buy fucking union made couches. Like you should go look for union made couches while he's wearing Forever 21 t-shirts. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Anyway, West Elm furniture's all ethically made. Yeah, good luck. I mean, I fucking doubt it.
Less than 3 love you has hassle.
Even before it left to try to cancel you again, I'm sure they will. I don't give a fuck, dude. I need a couch. Okay. Get some Amish furniture from Pennsylvania. It's the highest quality work in the world. Yeah, dude. Yeah, let me fly out to fucking Pennsylvania so I can get some Amish furniture, and then how am I gonna ship it back? Who knows?
Hi, chat. Hi, Hasan.
Anyway, yeah, no, I've sat on this thing, dude. This shit is fucking fire. Someone sent me this in the chat, said this is Pokey's couch. The Restoration Hardware, I went in. First of all, I went to Restoration Hardware with my mom the other day. Or is it Restoration Hardware? Is that correct? First of all, I don't know why they call it Restoration Hardware. None of that shit's restored, okay? No, chat. That's not $5,000 for that whole couch. That's a component. Chat thought that couch was $5,000. No, motherfucker. That's just one component. This module is $5K. That couch total is probably like $15K. Yeah, dude. So I went to Restoration Hardware. First of all,
3 months, boys. Hey, Hasan.
You ever go to a fucking store?
From the 80s.
You ever go to a store and you walk in and immediately you're hit with like this air? Like where, I don't know why, but every person that works at Restoration Hardware has an accent. It's like where did you find every like French, Italian, and British person in Los Angeles to work there? Like, at a certain point, I was like, okay, this has to be a deliberate effort.
Really fun content.
Okay,
as a European, most of this ridiculous
like it
BS
literally
does not
is a
affect me.
deliberate effort. There's no shot that like on accident everyone happened to be like from Europe. You know what I mean? Like, hello, welcome to the Restoration Hardware. And also when you, and I'm fucking like, and I walk in.
Please help Hasan afford a
and I look
couch
like
chat.
shit. I look like this. Okay, I walked in my fucking shorts, and you know, immediately I was thinking to myself like, fuck, I'm underdressed to make a purchase. You know what I mean? Like I'm looking like a piece of shit, a total piece of shit. I got the slick back, pushed back hair. Okay, I look like I just had some wet steaks.
11 whole months.
I look like I ordered a glass of water and a steak, and then I dumped the glass of water on the steak. You know what I mean? Like, real piece of shit. So, yeah, it looked like I was just consuming copious amounts of sloppy steaks. So, I felt like underdressed for the
2
place.
months with my streamer. Yellow heart.
And they don't
rainbow.
even like, they don't have like normal salespeople. They have designers that walk around in iPads. But then I fucking sat on this cloud sofa. Like, if you guys know whatever the Chinese version of this is,
wish me luck.
that's just like, you know, 2,000 for the whole couch, please let me know. Because this shit is like, when I sat on it, I felt like my butt was fucking the couch. Like, I felt like I was sitting on a pussy. Okay, it was the most it was an intense experience because you like fucking literally sink into it and shit. Your skin looks rough. Has to be the lighting. I don't know. Isn't this the couch Pokemon bot? Maybe.
As flex.
My phone died when someone was talking shit about the Taliban. I was going to get what? Wait, I really gotta get this couch on? No, do not buy this couch. It's insanely expensive. What are you guys, crazy? Don't be crazy. But anyway, so we'll look at some of the stuff. That couch is 900 on Alibaba. It's on Alibaba. I saw it on a TikTok. Hell yeah. Because you get a Marcus in it. No, these are custom. These are like vintage frames that are custom made by a dude that I buy all my glasses from at the Melrose Trading Post for like many, many years. David Dobrik has that couch.
6-month pogo.
Yeah, I went to the one in front of Earth Cafe on Melrose. I'm just saying, dude, it's cheap if you're a member. Yeah, I found out. So, first of all, here's a couple furniture tricks that I will impart on you. Okay, a little furniture shopping lesson with HasanAbi. 1, okay, membership for Restoration Hardware apparently is like 150 bucks a year. Okay, and then you fucking get that membership, and then everything is $1,000 cheaper. So why is it $1,000 to begin with? Like, why is it $1,000 more expensive to begin with? Like, why can't it just like, why can't you price everything at the member price? Makes no sense. Okay, because if you're purchasing like $5,000 worth of couch, then who gives a fuck about the $150 extra dollars?
Yo,
okay,
Daddy, looking good today as always. You were.
So that's 1. 2, never. If you go to a website and they don't show you the price and they say like, and they only show the designer, like they show you the couch, but it's like dimly lit and there's like weird flashy lights around it. And it's just literally a couch. Okay. And they have no price anywhere on the website. And it's like prices by quote. And then underneath it, it tells you about how like the guy who designed it, like Armando who designed it is like fucking smoking like a long cigarette with like a black and white photo underneath it, and he's like fucking jacked. And then next to it, it has like, you know, his entire life story about how, you know, he escaped, I don't know, like Nicaraguan death squads to come to America and fucking you know, his dream was always doing like artisanal couch design. Don't even, just leave that website. Okay, oddly specific reference I'm giving you, but it's literally like, it's so specific, but there's like a lot of these fucking, there's a lot of these like websites where you know that shit's like 40 grand, you know what I mean? Like Armando murdered kids to make that couch. So don't fuck around with that at all. It's like the type of shit that like, it's like, yeah, we had children build the seams. Like we had children sew like all the tiny little seams because they have tiny little fingers. And then we blinded them so they could never recreate the same couch. So it's a 1-to-1. $100,000. Have you heard the new Keem and Kendrick tune? Yes. I love Baby Keem, dude. He's so fucking good. He's so fucking good. Anyway, it was really good. Is your mom gonna help you pick out the furniture? Fuck no, dude. Absolutely not. I'll show you why in a second.
Pog.
Like when Cutie comes in, I'll show you, because I sent her a text message. I was like, red alert, with like the red fucking sirens, and I was like, dude, I need your help so desperately. I sent her a photo. I'll send it to you guys too. It's like the entire house has been overtaken by plants. Okay, it's not great. Anyway, let's get started with the news, and then we'll get to this stuff in a second. Okay, but here, I'm gonna blast off. I'll fucking tweet out that I'm live right now.
Nodders.
Okay. Daycare is open on Friday. Get in now. We got horse dewormer takers. Afghanistan withdrawers. And Supreme Court haters. Then QTCINDERELLA will come over and help me pick furniture because I'm a fake leftist.
9 months, Pog. Hi, chat.
www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay, there it is. You look more and more like Donnie every day. Thank you. Anyway, here, blast this off. Okay, blast off to your friends and family. Let everybody know, because I'm live. Every time I hear Orange Soda by Baby Keem, I think about you. To be honest, LMAO, it's a great song. If you don't have at least 3 of these in your house, you're a fake socialist. I mean, low key, I think Herman Miller does have like, that might change now that they've been bought out by Canola or whatever, but like Herman Miller is a American manufacturer, domestically produced, and also unionized. So they're like, when people say like, oh dude, what the fuck, why don't you why don't you buy shit that's like ethical? Herman Miller is probably the most ethical you can get.
7 months of watching Hasan on.
They're also insanely expensive. This is like every rich person's bedroom has this.
Hassie, you look cute today.
Anyway,
but not as cute as Chat Swoon.
Hold on. There was a baby born on a C-17. Are you serious? That's crazy. Anyway, Founded the Alibaba restoration hardware suppliers called Foshan Honkai Furniture Co. Nice. I'm drinking some fucking cold brew here for those of you who are gonna ask.
I love you.
Anyway, I hope Knoll doesn't fucking, like, you know, destroy the Herman Miller unions and shit.
Peepo hey hassle.
Is Cutie Cinderella memeing?
Hey has congrats.
I don't know if you heard about the hurricane
No,
coming to
I'm
LA.
pretty
There's a
sure
ton of
it's an
hurricane
American
parties here. What?
company.
A
That shit is
hurricane?
crazy expensive.
What? A hurricane coming to Los Angeles? What? What do you mean? Oh, he means Louisiana. I was like, what the fuck? There's no hurricanes in LA, dude. Dude, you can't say LA and you actually mean Louisiana, dude.
I heard this was the place for the positive side of Marxism to shine, where friends gather and talk openly and freely of their love and desire for our new leader Hasan Marx.
My man said LA, like that's a massive fucking debate right there, dude. Absolutely zero people. It's like saying NY means, like, I can't even come up with something that's not New York. You know what I mean? That's how fucking silly this is. Thank you, Blad Exton, for the 20 gifted subs.
Sub retreat when PogU.
Anyway. It's like saying CA and referencing Canada. Like, no one thinks that. You're crazy. You wild for this one, dude. Dude, my fucking Twitch dashboard is just broken right now. I don't know what the fuck is going on.
I can finally speak to my Republican friends and defend my own views because you have really helped.
My Twitch
me
dashboard is
articulate
so
them.
broken. What the fuck? Be normal, Twitch dashboard. Holy shit. Okay, there it is.
Socialism is when no couch. Pepe
Anyway,
hands.
all right. So there's a new Austinox video too.
Yes,
The king has returned. Yeah, all right, we'll look at the Austinox video in a little bit. Okay, so whew. All right, let me put on my glasses so I can actually read stuff.
Had a half day at work, feeling positive today, ready for the news to destroy it.
Okay, so yeah, Kendrick Lamar and Baby Keem dropped a fucking new song. It was really good. Baby Keem featuring Kendrick Lamar. It was fire. Kanye West is still not dropping Donda, but you know, still doing the most Kanye West shit that he could. Just doing the absolute most Kanye West shit of, like, having Marilyn Manson, and fucking what's his face, the baby. I thought of the Chud accent when Kendrick kept saying brother in the song. It's a banger. Yeah. Marlon, I'm dead. Okay, shut up. Don't give me that shit. Lil Uzi Vert went to a Palestinian wedding. There's a lot of rap news, dude. There's a lot of... Yeah, Lil Uzi Vert said... Free Palestine. And most importantly, I defeated Dunkey, video game Dunkey, for those of you who don't know, a year ago in a rap battle. Okay, we got into a rap battle and I fucking destroyed him. Like, I embarrassed him, and then he got so mad that he was like, I'm gonna put all my efforts into making rap music, and he ghost produced Kanye West's album. He literally fucking sampled Kanye. Like, I unironically believe that Kanye West, it wasn't a year ago, but it was, you know, whatever. I literally believe that Dunkey 100%, like, Kanye was 100% saw Dunkey's fucking video and or his stream and added that thing onto the fucking into the Donda party that he did last night. There is 0% chance that that's not real. Like, I mean, dude, literally. Let's just start with that, actually. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. So, Video Game Dunkey
Money feature
did a joking, like, you know, not a joke, apparently. Like, what we thought was a joking Kanye Donda release. Okay? He did a Kanye Donda release on Twitch. And at the time, we thought it was a fucking joke. Let's see what he featured.
Track 4, Golden Money, featuring Pitbull. Here we go, running it back.
Me.twitch.tv user notice #dunkstream.
I am the glob glow gab galab, the schwabble double wabble gabble flibber blabber blab. I'm full of swibble glibber kind. I am the yeast of thoughts and minds.
So he did this, right? He did this on stream, and we were like, ha, Dunkey, you fucking clown. Like, oh, dude, Kanye West would never, like, you know, that's like such a silly sample, dude. Obviously, Kanye West didn't sample that shit. Like, you're fucking wrong, lol, right? Let's watch the full one. Let's watch the full one.
I am the glow gab galab, the schwabble double wabble gabble flibber blabber blab. I'm full of swibble glibber kind. I am the yeast of thoughts and minds. Hibble double triple schwabble glibber schwab glab. Wabble double glibber glabber swibble schwab glab. Hibble double triple schwabble glibber glab schwab. Schwabble double glibber glabber swibble schwab glab. Hibble double triple schwabble glibber schwab glab. Splendid.
Bro, that's not even a meme. Like, that's not even a fucking joke. He literally fucking sampled that.
Simply delicious.
That's not a joke.
.twitch.tv.
So, like, who won't Kanye West steal from? Like, honestly, god damn it, dude. I mean, as someone who used to be a Kanye fan, like, I'm sick and tired of him stealing from other rappers that are better than him. You know what I mean? He's like, and this time he didn't even have Dunkey under his label, as far as we know. Also worth noting, this is the video that came from it.
I'm the glob glow gab.
Oh yeah.
I love books, and this basement is a true treasure trove.
This is the original.
I am the glob glow gab galab, the schwabble double wabble gabble flibber blabber blab. I'm full of swibble glibber kind. I am the yeast of thoughts and minds. Schwabble double glibber glabber swibble schwab glab. Dibble double swibble swabble glibber glab swab. Schwabble double glibber glabber swibble swab dab. Dibble double swibble swabble glibber swab glab. Oh, ha ha ha, splendid. Simply delicious. Oh, I am the glob glow gab galab, the schwabble double wabble gabble flibber blabber blab. I'm full of swibble glibber kind. I am the yeast of thoughts and minds.
Imagine I get fucking DMCA'd now that Kanye sampled that shit. You know what I mean? Like, we all get DMCA because Kanye fucking sampled this, including Sean Lockwood.
Schwabble double glibber glabber swibble swab glab. Dibble double swibble swabble glibber glab swab. Schwabble double glibber glabber swibble swab dab. Dibble double swibble swabble glibber swab glab.
So Kanye West took out Jay-Z and Kid Cudi for The Baby and Marilyn Manson, and everyone's understandably upset. I personally think they're better off, okay? That's all I'm saying. So, anyway, this is what happened when I actually, this was on January.
Shook Ones Part 2. Shook Ones Part 2.
Hold on. Where's the Dunkey rap battle?
More money, more problems. More money,
That's Dunkey on the you know, ones and twos right there. Just he's rapping.
Morpheus. Go home. Go home. Go build a home. Morpheus. Go home. Go buy a home. Morpheus. More money, more problems. More Morpheus.
Oh no, he's doing it.
You don't know.
I'll never defeat this.
You don't know who I know. Morpheus.
He also predicted that I would buy a house. I just fucking realized. He said, go home, go buy a home. And what he was telling me in that moment was like, go build a home, which would be more ethical of me to do rather than just purchase an expensive house. This motherfucker is really Nostradamus, dude.
Morpheus. Hey, where you get that? Kmart? Morpheus.
Oh no!
Morpheus. All right, turn.
All right, is it my time? Is it my time to shine now? Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to say that there is absolutely no way that I can follow that up with anything that is that good, but I'll try my goddamn best.
Believe in yourself.
Okay, let's do it. Hank. Drop that fucking fat bait.
This one. I got you.
Hopefully we collectively pay of your house, comrade. Can't wait for more anti-Musk videos from Adam.
Give them Shook Ones Part 2. Shook Ones Part 2.
Dunkey, you make bad videos. What's next? You gonna go to Vimeo? Dunkey, you're smelling kinda funky. You're bad, you couldn't beat Splunky. Every time I stream, I sit down for a meal. Once I win this battle, you'll be crying, stop to steal. Dunkey, you're a fucking broke boy. You'll need this scrap. I'll tell you, go home, boy. Mondays, maybe for motherfucking drama, but my dick can't get enough of your mama. It's not enough to go back and forth. Time to spit bars like the Force. I'm back. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Okay, so, you know, that's I destroyed him. I destroyed him in that rap battle. Okay, we're not gonna finish the whole thing. Okay, that's enough. That's actually enough. But you know, when he got fucking owned and I won that rap battle, he turned around and he decided play the Turkish part of the rap. It's not real. It's like not real. I don't want to show it. Anyway. So he went back to the fucking, you know, laboratory. He went back to the beat lab. And this is what he came up with. And now he's a fucking ghost writer, ghost producer on the Kanye West Donda album. I literally do not, I refuse to believe that he did not see this. I refuse to believe that Kanye West did not actually fucking see this and you know, act like, you know, this is actually, this is actually fire. So technically, what that means is I defeated Kanye West ghost producer. That means I had Kanye West ghost producer and I defeated him in the marketplace of rap. So
if you don't play the Turk verse, I will post it on all my social media.
So Kanye West might even know that I exist and also defeated his ghost producer Dunkey. So that's all I'm gonna say. Okay? That's what I wanted to let you guys know. The Taliban managed to take over Afghanistan, but they still fell for a Ligma joke. This Milan guy, he just keeps getting fucking owned on the timeline by people who like bofa him. He keeps getting owned on the timeline by people who fucking Ligma him. Apparently, he says, do you like the suppressor on M416? He says, respectfully, what do you say to those who, under your rule, who may have ligma? He says, explain me this ligma or sigma. For sure, I will answer you. And then he says, ligma balls, bitch. So I just want to say congratulations to Bill Holder, who is responsible for 9/11 too. Okay, because from that moment onward, he was like, I know it was Al-Qaeda that 9/11 won, but I must take revenge on the infidel kuffar. Ya Allah, they defeated me. They have bested me in the marketplace of ideas. So good job, dude. I mean, he's doing what the CIA couldn't even do, okay? He's doing what the CIA has dreamt of. Ya Allah, I have been destroyed. Wait, he's temporarily unavailable? Oh no, they fucking took his account down, dude. Ya Allah, the ripple effect of the ligma joke will be seen. This has only made me stronger in my efforts for continuing jihad.
Love you all.
So, while every other artist was at the fucking Kanye West, like, Donda listening event, this is what Lil Uzi Vert was doing last night. Absolute fucking king, dude. Absolute king shit.
Once again, special shout out to Lil Uzi. Thank you so much for coming out.
I'm not going to steal the joke from him. Waleed from Chinatown Market, now known as Market. I was talking to him about this. He said the third eye that he has, that actually, the diamond, that's a third eye, boys. His third eye is open. Okay? He sees the truth. Lil Usman Vert. Yeah, dude, there are so many fucking videos, dude. There are so many videos of him just like dancing. Get that free Palestine. Get that free Palestine. Someone needs to fucking explain to me how Lil Usman Vert it just happened about a Palestinian wedding, dude. Like how? Even better that he was that he wasn't paid. He literally got lost and started partying. Shut the fuck up. There's more. Let me see. Oh my God. This is the most insane thing I've ever seen, dude. It's so awesome. His friend invited him, Ak Bowman on IG. Like, he's homies with a Palestinian dude. I mean, that makes sense. TikTok now has a volume mixer in the bottom. Oh, shit. Look at that. Finally. There's like some fucking 16-year-old Palestinian kid who actually did this as a dua and then it fucking came true. You know what I'm saying? And now he's like, holy shit. Like, it's real. It's real. Duas are real. Allah listened. Holy shit, dude. That's so sick. This explains it when stream gets derailed.
I'll give you guys a...
Why? Like, why? You're further derailing the stream. I'm like, this is something I was going to talk about already. Shut the fuck up.
Sorry for any chat/link spam and bait lately, hassle. But 10 months with this awesome community PogU.
DMX went to an Albanian wedding?
Men lives on Splinter Discord.
God damn it, dude. Michael, your videos are so fucking... They're so deep fried, I can't even see it, dude. America makes it illegal to see it. Did you know that Ben Shapiro has a dedicated fangirl that uploads videos of Ben flexing on YouTube? Good for her. America fears Albania. America fears the Albanian power. So they obviously fucking, you know, they obviously blocked the video. I remember this. This is halai. For those of you who don't know, what they're doing is halai. They get into a line like that, and then the guy at the end of the line has a little napkin that he fucking flips around. You know, it's tight. Kind of. It's called scuff dubke. Were you at this influencer party as well? Yeah, I was fucking 12 years old. So, Princess Jihad.
Is that even beautiful?
Okay, now you're gonna hit me with this now. We can't have a little bit of you know, Arab excellence for a second.
Beautiful women, bad bitches, or single.
Actually, I don't even know if this dude is Arab. He might just be black. I can't tell. He is throwing some Arab vibes at me though.
Why is it that even beautiful women, bad bitches, are single today? It's simple. Feminism. Feminism taught you.
I mean, there are black Arabs too, but.
When you a queen, you God's gift to this earth. You the prize. No, the fuck you ain't. No, you ain't. You ain't a queen. You ain't never gonna be my queen because you ain't my mother. You don't love me unconditionally.
Oh my god, dude. Stop! Fine. On. See that, dude? They don't want MENA boys to have fun. They don't want to see MENA boys thriving, okay? Immediately. Is he Dominican? He does seem, he is throwing some fucking Arab vibes at me, but he's like 5'4" though. It explains it.
You love me under conditions. And the problem is that I'm a man, I'm a leader, I'm the toxic asshole guy, the tool, right? Because when we go out, right, you expect me to take care of you, right? When we go out, I pay for it, you good. We go to the store, here, get some shoes, you good. I got you. But when I tell you...
This guy is also a manlet. Oh, no. Bro, are the toys for him? You got little toys back there? He should have cleaned that up before he took that fucking photo, you know? I mean, it's basically telling me like he's gonna be playing with that later.
To do something, do it. That's the problem. Don't expect me to chase you and beg you and get on my knees, bro. I'm not submissive. I'm dominant. And then what happens is, I don't want to be with that. He's toxic, he's bad. Your friends tell you he's a bad guy, right? Then you go be with the nice guy and you end up cheating on him or leaving him because he's weak. He don't make you feel nothing. He don't blow the back. That's the problem. You're the problem. You're delusional. Why is it?
glad you're using it to
Yeah,
join
he's
me on the property ladder.
blowing
hassle.
up back, so they have to sit on a fucking chair. That's what he's doing. God damn, dude. You know, I call that equalizing.
Based.
Leveling the playing field. I'm alpha. Okay, okay. This man is not a short king, okay? I'll tell you that. He's sad, guys. Heartbreak Nino. The body cam footage of Jackson Hayes, NBA player arrest. He got tased multiple times in the chest and got released.
Part 2.
And then you just sent me a fucking literal, just a Twitter account. Like, okay, we're done with this. We're done with all this. We're getting derailed. Okay, so there's impeachment calls happening for Joseph Robinette Biden from the Republicans because, you know, never let a good controversy go to waste, obviously. We'll talk about that in a little bit. The Kabul withdrawal is still continuing full force. Joseph Robinette Biden last night held frame like an alpha as best as he possibly could as his brain was like sloshing around, you know what I mean? It was just like, it was just sloshing around in his mind. Let me just pull up a fucking like GMA video or something. But ultimately he said some strong words like, "We will hunt you down." Okay, dude, here, I'll watch the Mafia Jinx clip. You're like literally, you're fucking so annoying. Okay, I'm just gonna fucking ban you for a week and then watch the Mafia Jinx.
An example of like a real stream derailment. Like when I tell you guys that it's top of the hour and I need to run an ad break. So you can subscribe if you would like to avoid those. Thank you.
20 months woo.
Arguments were silly. Ultimately, though, like I get the anger that people have. Okay, it is literally top of the hour. He deserved that fucking ban. You deserve that ban, dude. It's top of the hour. It's time for a 6-second ad break. It's the first of the day. Okay, first of the motherfucking day, boys. Okay, we can mods. You can unban him. He didn't deserve a week off for that. That was actually good.
9 months of Hasan never noticing me, Pogo.
If you'd like to no longer see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You know, you could do it for $5. You could do it for free. You can also use an ad block or VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
Everyone deserves hassle, hassle, hassle.
Yeah, that was a roller coaster ride. What about when Joe said I was instructed to say? What did he mean? Like his team consulted him? Dude, who knows what fucking Joe is thinking, dude? Who knows? Oftentimes, nothing. He's not thinking anything. Okay? But he did have some strong words. He did have some strong words for, you know, the fucking ISIS-K.
Wow, 2 months.
And here's Jen Psaki following up on that.
The president says, "We will hunt you down and make you pay." What does that look?
I fucking hate Peter Douchey, dude. I like probably one of the most annoying motherfuckers in that White House press pool. Like he's just, first of all, obvious beneficiary of nepotism. Did Paris Hilton text back? Yeah, she did. I'll talk about that in a second. But he's just like so fucking annoying, and now I sense it. Like I already sense that Peter Douche Nozzle is gonna get
11 months.
like he's gonna be hailed as like a Republican hero. You know what I mean? Liberals gave him the opportunity to like be the guy in the room that like asked the tough questions. So now he's just like hammering it over and over again, and like most of the goddamn fucking questions he asks is like literally just psychotic. Why can't the president just like bomb Kabul in its entirety? Like, is he too much of a pussy to bomb Kabul in its entirety? Like, so now he's like, now this is his thing. Like, this is what he does. And then Jen Psaki fucking you know, yeah, of course he's a conservative. He's the Fox News guy. Now he asks dumbass questions, and then Jen Psaki turns around and just fucking rips him a new one. And then the liberals are like, oh my God. Yeah. Oh my God. Boss girl, you know, Slay Queen, you're so incredible. Linus will build you a PC. I'm down. Talk to me. LS. Oh shit, dude. My pre-built PC's having a hard time running Road 96 political video game, by the way, but I think it's time to upgrade. Shit, dude. Is Linus in LA? I won't pull a fucking... Oh, he's in Canada?
11 months, Pog.
Oh, Jesus, he's in Canada? That sucks. I wish he was in LA. My birthday is tomorrow. Can I get a happy birthday, please? Happy birthday. He can ship it to you. He did one for PewDiePie. What did XQC do? Apparently they were DMing one another, and then XQC stopped fucking responding to his goddamn DMs and just like never, and then tried to do it on his own.
Easy.
Linus sex tips? Didn't he have an OnlyFans? Okay.
Go.
So anyway, here's let's get back to Peter Douchey.
When the president says we will hunt you down and make you pay, what does that look like? Is he going to order a mission to kill the people responsible, or would he be satisfied if they are captured and brought to trial?
Like, what a like, how is this a question? Like, what are you trying to get at in this situation? When you ask a question like this, like, is he going to torture them? Is he just trying to capture them? Or is he trying to murder them? Like, it's such a fucking idiotic, like, back and forth circle jerk about, like, one imperialist talking to another imperialist, like, so what can we do, like, with the people? Like, should we just fucking, you know, murder their children? Or what's up? Like, can you give me the details? Like, I want to know. Are we going to torture him?
I think he made clear yesterday that he does not want them to live on the earth anymore.
When the president says...
Sick. If you enlist my help, I will... It will have two left side panels and play the USSR national anthem on system startup. We doing this? LS? Holy shit, dude. This large man needs a large setup. That's my old system. My old setup was fucking dog shit. Literally fucking propped up on books that I will never read. It's gotten a little bit better since then. On a fucking desk that was so tiny. It was so terrible, that desk. Holy shit. No, I don't have the same mouse. I have the Shroud mouse now.
Rich ego face pogo.
Anyway, so that's where we're at with the fucking Taliban withdrawal. Okay, Joe Biden said some fucking Joe Biden said some words. He said that the withdrawal is continuing, and the media is still very much upset at him. Okay, very, very upset at him. How dare he? Okay. How dare he choose to withdraw instead of fucking staying in Afghanistan permanently? That's really messed up. Really, really messed up. How dare he? ISIS-K has already taken responsibility for the attacks.
Evacuation.
There's a State Department briefing that's ongoing at this moment, but like, it's really boring, so I will It's really boring, so I'm gonna spare you that. Obviously, I don't want you to fucking watch that shit because you'll fall asleep. Oops, I fucked that up. Madison Cawthorn has requested the 25th Amendment. You had a bunch of Republicans come out and basically say, like, we need to get Joe Biden out of power. Breaking, I just formally request the U.S. cabinet to invoke the 25th Amendment. Joe Biden does not simply have a pattern of poor decision making. His mental decline is on full display. I agree. We must not allow this mentally unstable individual to direct our country 1 second longer. Okay, so they want, like, you know, Madison Cawthorn wants Kamala Harris to run the country, I guess. Like, how do they think the line of succession works? Like, Madison Cawthorn probably thinks, like, you know, we're going to get Joe Biden out of power. Like, bitch, he's not even in power. Like, you think Joe Biden is making decisions, dude? You think Joe Biden is in the situation room going like, yeah, Jack, we're going to cut that malarkey. Like, no, he doesn't know what the fuck's going on, dude. They just wheel him out. Currently, military members on the internet are being radicalized over the 13 dead Marines because they're reactionaries. They're no shit blaming Biden for Afghanistan and demanding accountability. So,
Kamala can succeed these nuts.
I find it rather odd. I mean, not really, actually. This just like totally makes sense. QAnon conspiracy theorist David Hayes claims Trump set up the withdrawal from Afghanistan with the intention that Biden would botch it and be removed via 25th Amendment, at which point the military will step in and restore Trump to the White House. That's not how this works.
Biden and the people who are controlling him are fools, number one.
Mm-hmm.
So you have foolish people who are going to do stupid things. And I think Trump planned on them doing a lot of stupid things. Trump set up the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think that he planned on Biden botching that somehow. However he was going to botch it. I think Trump knew that Biden would make the wrong moves. I think the opportune time for the military to end this charade would be after Biden has been removed by the 25th Amendment. Because then if the military stepped in and intervened, if they made the big reveal about devolution, they would not be removing Biden from office. It would not be a military coup, because
to answer them today,
Biden would have been removed from office by Kamala Harris. And if they step in after Biden is gone, but before Kamala is inaugurated, there is no commander-in-chief. You have an acting president, but she hasn't yet been sworn in, right? So if Kamala hasn't been sworn in, you don't really have a commander-in-chief. It isn't a military coup. I think that would be the opportune time. I suspect that that's probably when.
Dude, instead of fucking, this is what happens when you just only learn everything from Facebook, okay? You just have no understanding of how any of this stuff works. And you're just, you know, feeding a steady diet of copium to your psychotic followers. It's so delusional. I don't even know. Like, this is probably the most exposure this thumb has gotten since then. Some are saying that Madison Cawthorn also...
Copium.
Oh my God, oh God, he did not spell Kamala Harris's name correctly. Bro, come on, dude. Come on, bro. Are you serious? Are you serious, dude? I can't believe I'm saying this, but like, is this what happens when you have like 25-year-old idiots in Congress? Is that what it is? The Constitution doesn't work that way. There's a line of succession. They don't know and they don't care. They don't have to know.
Amazing,
they're fucking,
brother.
they're
on occasion,
they're just throwing shit at a fucking wall and see what sticks. This is what happens. This is what happens when you don't have like the marching orders coming directly down from like billionaire-backed think tanks, and you try to operate on your own. You gotta, the line of succession normally with the way that right-wing propaganda works is like billionaire think tanks with like Yale graduates churn out the talking points and strategy. That strategy and talking points ultimately goes to Fox News, and then everyone gets their marching orders from Fox News or all of these other outlets of misinformation that they normally get their talking points from. This is what happens when you are like, yeah, I'm gonna take initiative. I'm gonna break rank and file, and I'm gonna do my own thing. Okay. He obviously didn't write this. His staff wrote this, but it still doesn't matter. Like, this is idiotic. Oh yeah, we're gonna invoke 25th Amendment. Like, okay, good luck. By the way, don't get me wrong. I do believe Joe Biden is in a state of mental decline. There have been moments where Joe Biden has looked all right, better than he did during the campaign, even, if I do say so myself. I ultimately believe that Joe Biden is doing the right thing here, okay? Maybe even due to his mental decline. Okay? Like, I personally, and I've said this before, like, this was Donald Trump's evacuation. However, this was Donald Trump's evacuation plan. However, I think Donald Trump would have been too cowardly to follow through on this evacuation. Like, the moment that a fucking military member was injured, I 100% believe that he would have fucking stopped this and, like, sent, like, 20,000 troops in there, like, next day, you know, start bombing fucking Kabul and shit. So, I'm happy that Joe Biden is still pulling out. And if you guys want to call me, like, I don't know, a libtard or a pussy or whatever, then that's your prerogative. You can do that. But this is the right thing to do. I don't know how the fuck we're doing it. I'm surprised that we're doing it. Of course it was going to be violent. It's following 20 years of instability and violence, okay, that we all looked the other way on. The entirety of media looked the other way on the instability for the past 20 years, on the violence for the past 20 years. And only now are they out of nowhere being like, oh my God, Afghanistan. What about the people of Afghanistan? What about the people of Afghanistan? The nerve thinking the death of 10 Americans is okay. 12,000 American military members died in the past 20 years, or more than 12,000. Shut the fuck up. 900 or however, thousands are dying every day to COVID on U.S. soil. You do not give a fuck about American lives. Shut the fuck up. You are simply using the death of 13 military members to just act like, you know, you can win political brownie points. Shut the fuck up. They're going to turn this into Benghazi. Yeah, I agree with Squirrel on this. I was talking to them this morning. There's pretty much zero chance Trump would have gone ahead in the withdrawal if an attack happened that killed just one U.S. soldier, because he was a permanently cucked president who always bowed to the whims of the professional media class and military-industrial complex. To be honest, I'm not even sure if Bernie would have been able to withstand the pressure, which would have been infinitely greater from every side, including virtually every single Democratic politician. But this fucking senile bastard is actually sticking to it. Amazing. It's nevertheless also the case that if Hillary had won in 2016, she would have never made the deal with the Taliban that Trump did, which Biden then acted on to finally end the war, and the U.S. would still be in Afghanistan for the foreseeable future. Now, this part is like speculative, but it's speculation that I agree with.
Hassle.
Okay? And if you look at an ISIS attack, like an ISIS-K attack, very suspiciously timed ISIS-K attack, okay? And you use that ISIS-K attack as a fucking reason for why, like, you know, we have to stay in permanently, you're a fucking idiot. How do you see 12 troops dying during the evacuation and go, oh, that means, like, we should send more troops, so then more troops fucking die? It's so dumb. Meanwhile, 13 troops died. Okay, 13 troops died. 90 Afghan civilians have died so far. 90. And you haven't heard a single Western media outlet mention this for the past fucking week. Every single outlet was like, oh my God, what about the Afghan citizens? What about the Afghan citizens? What about the Afghan citizens? Okay? What about the fucking Afghan citizens? 170, or some people are saying now. Yesterday's numbers were 90. 90 Afghan citizens died in those attacks. Not a fucking single peep from the people who are screeching about how much they cared about the Afghan citizens. They don't give a fuck. Notice how the increase happened here? Look at this. Why do you think so many fucking casualties occurred here? Because there were more troops there. Okay? Troop surge means more troops dead. So, spare me this fucking bullshit, okay? Like, I've said this already. Half of these dudes in these numbers, half of these fucking dudes that died here, died while they were patrolling empty fucking poppy fields, okay? They got sniped, or they had an IED blow their shit up, okay? For no fucking reason. Those 13 troops, those 13 military members, they died while trying to do like an actual humanitarian thing. Okay? They did not die in vain. They actually were doing the fucking humanitarian thing. It's not good that they died, but the entire purpose of this evacuation is so that that doesn't happen anymore. So spare me your fucking idiotic, weird, like, you know, crocodile tears about, like, oh, what about the troops? What about the fucking troops? What about Americans dying? This is just like Benghazi. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Every Republican has shown over the course of these past couple of years that they do not give a single fuck when Americans die, bro. Come on, dude. Come the fuck on, dude. $43,632. You know what that number is? The amount of Americans that have died in Florida to COVID. Okay? Just in fucking Florida. And you're going to sit here and act like, you know, 12 Americans died. Oh my God, we got to fucking go back to war permanently in Afghanistan so more troops can fucking die? Shut the fuck up. These people do not care about the military members, okay? They do not care about the military members fucking dying. They do not care about Americans dying in general. They just do not care. At all.
At HasanAbi, the world's just gotten worse since I've started subbing to you. Coincidence?
I'm a Marine vet, and your take is 100% on. I can't think of a mission that Marines would die for then the direct protection of Americans. Yeah, this is like, that's like a straight up honorable fucking cause that they unfortunately died engaging in. Significantly more honorable than just like dying because dying while you're on fucking patrol for literally just a never-ending war that the military-industrial complex is making money off of. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. The lives of the American military service members were never precious. They were never important. If it was, we wouldn't be fucking sending 18-year-old horny fucks with like 80 grand worth of gear into the goddamn desert to just fucking sit around, jerk off all day as their girlfriends or wives are getting fucked back home, okay? As they like literally just drive around and cause chaos and get shot at. Okay? They've never, I'm sorry, it's just the reality. And the American military knows that this is the reality. That's why the fucking VA sent out an email saying like, hey, guys, sorry, if you feel like, you know, if you feel some type of way about our Afghan withdrawal, like, hey, I'm really sorry, you know, seek out a fucking combat buddy. Like, please don't kill yourselves, okay? Here's an application you can look at. bullshit. Here's the reality, okay? I know what I say is I refuse to baby. I refuse to baby veterans on this broadcast. I'm sorry. Like, you know, I know that you expect that from every fucking facet of the media. You're not going to get that here. You know, I don't think like being a U.S. military member unconditionally offers you respect from me or anyone. You have to, you know, earn it just like everyone else. Okay? But I might say mean things, things that hurt your feelings, things that remind you that like your actions out there that like fucked you up in a way that it caused irreparable harm to your brain and your body were ultimately at the behest of the military industrial complex so that they could make money and extract natural resources. Okay? But I at least have the respect to tell you what the fucking truth is rather than lie to your goddamn face and then send you overseas for no fucking reason.
10 months.
Okay? So, you know, if you're a big tough guy, then you should respect that, I think.
Born in Florida.
I think it's significantly more disrespectful when people act like, you know, they give a shit about you or your life, okay? And then they turn around and send you overseas, they ship you for no fucking reason. And you recognize that reality when you're out there.
Can I get a welcome to the jungle
and then you come back and you can barely get fucking healthcare coverage. You can only get healthcare coverage if you're really lucky or really unlucky, okay? And you're permanently fucked. No adequate fucking housing for you. And, you know, now you can get a communications degree for free so you can suffer in the same job market that we are all a part of. Like, congratulations. Just fucking terrible. You know, hey, but at least you get $10, you know, 10% off on jalapeno poppers at Applebee's, you know what I mean? And, and people will say they respect your service or some shit when they don't give a fuck. What about the standard military issue Camaro? Exactly. Well, you have one Camaro that you can drive around and whip around. Are you a Republican? No, motherfucker. Why would I be a Republican? Anyway. Military discount at Oakley's 50%, by the way. Great. Being in the military is just jerking off in a porta potty in the desert heat while your group friends throw a football 10 feet away. Then you rotate who plays football and who uses the porta potty. Any former military will confirm.
2 months down.
All the while, you're like, why the fuck are we here?
My school is dumb as shit. I get to watch HasanAbi every day at 2 p.m. EST.
You're over. Look, if you're one of the fucking high school grads that like got whipped up in a fucking frenzy, and immediately was swept up by predatory recruitment practices. That's one thing. And then you have to sit around as you do that and listen to some fucking dipshit who went to Yale and got like officers training, who's like yelling at you, who's literally there exclusively like a semester at sea program, okay? And he's just there like that's his semester at sea. It's Pete Buttigieg, okay? He's there. He went to Yale. He's yelling at you about what you can and can't do, okay? He's gonna be out. He's gonna be in and out so he can go to fucking go get a fucking government job, become a politician. Well, you're fucked. You're fucked for no reason.
Afghanistan was a bigger failure for the
officers
American
wouldn't
people
usually
than
yell at
Vietnam,
enlisted in my
but a
experience.
great
They're too big
success for
pussies
media
too.
and politicians.
Yeah. Anyway.
8 months.
Being in Afghanistan, from all the vets I've talked to, being in Afghanistan is basically just like patrolling fucking going around in the Humvee, driving around, okay, throwing the football and jerking off, sure. But driving around the Humvee, hoping that you don't fucking get blasted with an IED, and then coming back to base. But if you do actually end up like getting into any sort of conflict when there's like 5 to 10 Taliban in the fucking mountaintop shooting at you, just hiding in a trench and calling air support and then doing it all over again. It sucks. It's so dumb. All the while your brain is fucking rewired in a way that your brain is rewired in a way that you will never be the same again. Meanwhile, it's costing $2 trillion, all of which, or $3 trillion over the course of 20 years, all of which could have been avoided, all of which could have been fucking reappropriated to Medicare for all or free college on top of that, in which case, like, you literally wouldn't have even gone to Afghanistan or Iraq. Like, you literally didn't need to. You didn't need to enlist at all at that point because, like, you now have free college and free healthcare. But no, we had to do it. And there's still so many motherfuckers out there who keep saying, we got to go back. We got to go back. So I say to those fucking armchair generals, like, you go back, dude. You fucking, if you want to play Monday night quarterback, like, you go. You go. Like, why don't you go? I don't see you out there. It's fucking bullshit. Monday night? What is it? Is it Monday morning quarterback? Armchair quarterback? Whatever. Fucking, whatever the term is. Trump was the best president America's ever had. You're just ignorant. Yeah, totally, dude. Totally. Oh my God. Bubble Tea literally fucking yell at me, sir, please. Bubble Tea literally fucking makes like 30 grand a year working at Hot Topic. And he thinks like Donald Trump's tax cuts, which is like the most tangible piece of legislation that he actually passed through, okay, is ever going to be positive for someone like him. Good luck, dude. Sounds like a perfect segue into the second thought. How the U.S. should have spent the Afghanistan budget instead. Yeah, Spencer's not Hot Topic. Whatever. We'll talk about that in a second. All right, yeah, we'll talk about this now. What do I tell my friend that's thinking of joining the Marines? Tell him you're gonna fuck his girlfriend if he joins.
This episode and others like it are made possible by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon. If you'd like to help support this channel and get early access,
if you're a good friend, you'll stop him.
Wow.
To every video, consider becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought. If you've turned on the news in the past few weeks, odds are you've seen plenty of coverage of the disastrous situation in Afghanistan. The current state of things has been a long time coming, and now that the longest war in US history is finally coming to a humiliating and long-predicted end, we can tally up the cost of this absurd, irresponsible conflict and assess what was gained, what was lost, and what the average American should take away from this latest episode in US imperialism. In this video, we're going to dive into the cost of the war in Afghanistan and consider how we could have more effectively spent that
Like, how the fuck do people want to join the military when they watch what the fuck's going on right now? Like, this is an opportunity, a wake-up call for a lot of veterans who maybe were at the precipice of feeling conflicted about their service. Like, how do you not see what's going on right now? Like, how do you not recognize that, like, you are dispensable, okay? You are irrelevant. You are just literally a fucking pawn, okay? It's just the truth. At least I'm telling you the honest to God reality. It's insane. Like, I get it. A lot of dudes join because their families are their military families, right? There's a lot of dudes who join because they want to go to college. But how do you not recognize that you are a simple cog, which everyone is in the grand scheme of things under a capitalist organization of the economy, but you are a simple cog in a machine that just churns out so much death and destruction. And you think you made big things? I mean, I think if roles were reversed, every single fucking person probably in this chat, but especially fucking military members, would rather sit on their ass and watch fucking YouTube videos and shoot the shit and make the same amount of money that I make. So that's like idiotic. What an idiotic fucking comparison. You think you make big thing? No. What if they don't what if they do recognize it and have no options? Ever think, bro, come on. No, I do recognize that. Bro, I know. I know people. Like, one of my best friends in college, it was a Marine vet. And he was the, I forget what his fucking actual rank was, but like, I think it was like the battalion that had Stinger missiles. He's a super huge influence on me because he was an anti-war veteran that I met in fucking college. And one of the things that he used to always talk about was how, they had like Stinger missiles. Do you understand how stupid that is? The enemy is an insurgent group that they are fighting with they had no fucking air weapons. But they still sent out a fucking entire battalion. They have no planes or anything. They have no planes. They have no helicopters. They have no air force. And the Marine Corps still had a fucking entire battalion dedicated to using surface-to-air missiles, portable surface-to-air missiles. Yeah, wrong loadout, exactly. They would just like fire them off for fun because they had nothing to fucking shoot it at. Like every now and then they would just fire one.
$250 billion. Over the course of the last 2 decades.
It's a deterrent so the enemy doesn't get an air force? Dog. You think these motherfuckers living inside of caves were like, Allah willing, inshallah, we are going to get we're going to get fucking Chinook helicopters, but man, the Marine Corps, they have Stinger missiles. That's why we can't fucking do it. No, motherfucker, there's no deterrent. Like, they just had no opportunity. How the fuck were the Taliban going to get a fucking F-16 and learn how to fly it? Well, now they have a Black Hawk helicopter. Only because we left them behind. And now they have our missiles too, actually.
The world's largest, most well-funded military, under the direction of several different presidents, and with a budget exceeding $2 trillion, successfully achieved regime change from the Taliban to the Taliban. Congratulations, everyone. Mission accomplished. I'm obviously being sarcastic here, but it's important to note that in reality, the US mission was accomplished. The mission of pursuing an incredibly lucrative, prolonged conflict that maintained US dominance over a region far away from American citizens' everyday life. Over the entire 2-decade period, the American public was reassured by military officials, White House spokespeople, and multiple US presidents that everything was going fine, that we were having a positive impact in Afghanistan. This, of course, was a lie. According to documents obtained under the Freedom of Information Act, Elected officials and military leadership knew full well that our occupation of Afghanistan was not just ineffective, but incredibly damaging and counterproductive to the officially stated US goals in the region. Those goals being the usual spreading of freedom and democracy. Anyone who's been paying attention for the last, 100 years should understand by now that freedom and democracy are never the real aims of the United States. As you watch the news coverage of teary-eyed American soldiers returning home and describing how hard we fought for peace, there are some figures we need to keep in mind. Now, remember that there are plenty of well-meaning US soldiers. There are plenty of truly twisted ones too. But do not consider these statistics an indictment on each individual service member. That being said, what these soldiers represent is considered by most of the world to be the greatest force for death and oppression in modern history. The death toll of US involvement in Afghanistan is almost too horrible to think about. Leaving aside military combatants, since the beginning of the war, our brutal occupation of Afghanistan has resulted in the death of over 71,000 civilians. Many of those killed were children. Between 2005 and 2019, the US was responsible for the killing or maiming of over 26,000 children.
This is, of course, through, drone strikes and things like that. But then also on top of that, we have like direct murders of kids that either CIA-trained battalions like the 03 unit, which is now hailed by Vice and others as like the saviors that like the saviors of Afghanistan. And also by like direct JSOC operations as well. So pretty tight.
That's an average of 5 children irreparably maimed or killed every day for 14 years. Between 2016 and 2020, a period of just 4 years out of the total 20, US airstrikes claimed the lives of over 2,000 civilians.
It's part of Hobson's theory about capitalism needing to expand into imperialism?
Let's fucking
Hobson?
go, baby.
You mean Lenin, motherfucker? What do you mean?
And severely wounded another 2,000. Of those casualties, a full 40% were children. And things haven't gotten better over time. In the first half of 2021, the UN documented a record number of women and children killed or wounded in Afghanistan. The sheer human cost of the war, leaving aside all the geopolitical and economic implications, is simply staggering. But to this day, despite all the evidence to the contrary, those in power continue to claim that the war was in the name of freedom, democracy, and stability. That is a lie, plain and simple. We need to recognize the war in Afghanistan for what it was, a massive transfer of wealth from the American people to the military-industrial complex, at tremendous cost of human life, both American and, to a much greater extent, Afghan. And since the war in Afghanistan accomplished nothing.
Okay, that person was right. Hobson and British Imperialism is originally published in 1902.
Nothing except that massive upward transfer of wealth, it's only reasonable to wonder, what if? What if we didn't spend that money to murder innocent people halfway around the world, and instead spent it to better the lives of people right here at home? What exactly did we miss out on? How could that
He wrote that, Hobson wrote that in 1902, 15 years before Lenin, imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism.
$250 trillion have been better spent.
Not
now,
Hobson,
dissecting
the
the war itself will be quite the undertaking. And that
nitty gritty, dude. I mean, dude, that's like an actual difference between me and someone who's just like fucking doing agitprop, which is that I correct my mistakes.
Months. You haven't acknowledged a sub since I made you laugh with my 3-month dono.
That's the difference.
Welcome to Jungle.
That's a topic that deserves its own video. So for now, we're just going to focus on the cost. Let's look at some numbers. The war in Afghanistan, the longest armed conflict in US history, cost $2.26 trillion between 2001 and...
This is just the Afghanistan proportion. There's an Iraq one too. For the record, a lot of this stuff, a lot of the money that we spent out there was exclusively and this is very similar, as I've talked about time and time again, to like how the World Bank and the IMF operate, was spent specifically on US contractors, right? So we would spend money, we give money to military contractors to like do R&D, build new weapons, test out those weapons, and then any kind of like nation building funds that we spent that didn't go to pedophile warlords that we had installed in places would go directly back to American contractors, I believe to the tune of 70%. 70% of the 70% of the money spent in Afghanistan went back to Western contractors. So we're just, you know, we're like spending money back on ourselves, but in Afghanistan.
2021, or $300 million per day, every day, for 2 decades. That sum is almost unfathomable. I often use billionaires like Jeff Bezos as an example of extreme, absurd levels of wealth. The cost of the war in Afghanistan exceeds the net worth of Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and the next 30 richest billionaires in the US combined. And that's not all. Experts predict that by 2050, the cost of our interest payments alone will tip the scales at $6.5 trillion. For nothing. For less than nothing. For the senseless murder of thousands of human beings and the continued destabilization of an entire region.
You understand that keeping the Taliban and ISIS control has been aimed towards keeping the people at home safe and happy? Can't believe you don't see that part. Dude, the part you don't see is Taliban and ISIS in the same fucking conversation as though they're like equal parts, they're homies, when they are enemies. Shows how fucking monolithic and dumb your understanding of like this incredibly complex conflict that's been ongoing for a very long time is. When you're like, oh, Dad, they're both brown, they're both Muslim. Come on, bro, they're both Sunni. Like, I don't understand. They're homies, right?
Okay, let's break down that $2.25 trillion figure. The largest line item, $933 billion, was allocated to the Overseas Contingency Operations budget for the ironically named Department of Defense. The next largest chunk, $530 billion, represents interest payments by the US on the money we borrowed to fund the war. Keep in mind, that's only up to this point. $443 billion went to additions to the Defense Department budget, $296 billion to veterans' medical and disability care, and $59 billion to the State Department war budget. It's important to note that this massive $2 trillion sum does not include ongoing care for veterans or future interest payments.
For the record, veterans are a group of individuals that are perhaps the worst possible insurance pool that you can be in. Because insurance, the way that insurance works is that healthy people pay into the system and unhealthy people that desperately need the medical treatment pay into the system, so that ultimately you hedge the cost of treatment for the unhealthy people by getting money from the healthy people who don't need it. But in the veterans, in the VA, there is no healthy people. Everyone's fucked up. You can get PTSD just by basic training. You could die during basic training. Okay? So none of that had to happen. Anyway, let's keep going.
It also does not include the budget for clandestine operations undertaken by the CIA, such as suspected US involvement in the opium trade. For example, while the US military was purportedly guarding opium fields to put a dent in the lucrative drug trade, opium production tripled between 2000 and 2014. And by 2015, Afghanistan was producing 90% of the world's opium poppy. The only conclusions to be drawn here are either that the US military is grossly incompetent at keeping an eye on flowers, or that once again, we secretly cut ourselves in on an incredibly profitable, illegal trade. It wouldn't be the first time US agencies have been involved in drug trafficking. So, $2.26 trillion, which will likely increase to $6.5 trillion by 2050. That's a lot of money to play with. Let's reallocate some of those funds, shall we? We'll start with one enormous high-ticket item, just for fun. It's common knowledge that US transportation infrastructure is severely lacking, to the point where our public transit system is considered a joke around the world. We have essentially no high-speed rail system.
What do you mean, brother? We have the freest public transportation. Free to walk everywhere if you don't got a car. Fuck you. Free to fucking sit in a 8-lane highway in bumper-to-bumper traffic because we have absolutely abysmal public transport.
Or HSR to speak of. Something that residents of many other countries take for granted. China is the gold standard when it comes to railways. With nearly 38,000 kilometers of HSR, both the longest and most heavily used in the world, China have proven themselves to have mastered the art of building efficient and effective long-range public transportation. Thanks to thorough medium and long-term planning, and more recently, thanks to a decade's worth of experience constructing their railways, China has been able to get the production cost of HSR down to between $17 and $21 million per kilometer. That's roughly 2/3 the cost of other industrialized countries, and about 1/3 the cost of the US's one high-speed rail project, located in California and touting an eye-watering price tag of $56 million per kilometer. The US could learn a lot from the rest of the developed world, and if we really wanted to, we could adopt similar practices or—
It's cheaper when you use slave labor, lol fucking clown. Okay. That's the only reason why we don't have high-speed rail, you think? Because labor is more expensive in America? Is that what it is? That's why we're still using fucking... That's why we're still using the railroads that we built like in the fucking 19th century? Is that what you're saying to me?
Or even work with these nations to whittle down the price of our own railway projects. But let's assume that we don't do that. A safe assumption, in my opinion. If US leadership one day blew a fuse and decided, you know what, nationwide high-speed rail, even at the $56 million per kilometer price, we could build the world's largest high-speed rail system with the Afghanistan war budget. Let's do some math. The US is home to roughly 47,000 kilometers of interstate highway. 47,000 kilometers times $56 million equals $2.63 trillion. We could replace almost every...
I love when motherfuckers are like, dude, China has slave labor. We literally have the largest number overall and the largest per capita density of like enslaved, caged humans on the planet, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Wake the fuck up, dude. Wake the fuck up. Okay? That's insane. We live in a country that was built on protecting slave labor in the interest of slavers.
Woke.
And we literally continued that. Jesus Christ. It's in our Constitution. It's in the 13th Amendment.
Single mile of the massive US interstate system with high-speed rail with the budget of a war that accomplished absolutely nothing. Of course, this is an extreme example. Replacing the entire interstate system with HSR would be quite the undertaking. But if you scale the project back a bit, we could very easily implement high-speed rail between many major US cities, thereby offering Americans a faster, safer, more sustainable way to travel around the country. It would completely change the way the country operates and significantly reduce—
Like, where is the sense of patriotism that like hogs have when they see this shit? It's so funny, dude. I love when I hear like reactionary Republicans fucking lose their minds and just like immediately resort to like, well, China has slave wages. It's cheaper to build stuff in China. That's why. It's like, dude, you are literally coping. Okay? Like, why are you getting so defensive? Is it because perhaps you recognize how cucked we are and how fucking terrible we are? We're the wealthiest nation on earth. We can't even fucking have like adequate public transportation. Immediately. It's the same concept. It's the same exact fucking concept with COVID and like China's COVID reaction and response. Oh, those numbers are fake, dude. Those numbers are fake. They didn't actually. They killed so many people. So many people died of COVID in China, actually. It's like, no, they didn't. They shut that shit down. Just like they shut that shit down in Australia, New Zealand, South Korea, Vietnam, numerous other countries that dealt with COVID a lot better than we did. It's not just China. Other countries have been able to build adequate high-speed rails as well, high-speed railways as well. Japan is a great example of this. Meanwhile, you got fucking dummy hogs like, we need to build more border wall, brother. I need to build a border wall so I feel good. So stupid. China wasn't reporting COVID numbers with testing like we were, though. Dude, you are still on this, dude. You are still on this. Build a fucking bridge and get over it, okay? They fucking owned that shit. They did. It's been a whole year, bro. You're still lying to yourself. There are certain key performance indicators that you literally cannot fucking cheat on, okay? And if you look at the Chinese economy recovery, it was significantly faster than they were like almost 6 months ahead of us in every facet. So shut the fuck up. Remember, people would be like, "Oh, actually, like people are buying an additional amount of urns so they can put like the recently dead Chinese relatives in them," and like there was so much like psychotic shit.
Has rant.
If you want to feel patriotic about America, at least feel patriotic in an, I don't know, appropriate way. I mean, I personally don't give a shit about that sort of stuff, but like, you know, feel embarrassed that like we can't do anything because we're too busy fighting dumbass wars over and over again. How are there so many hogs in here? Because every American is permanently brain diseased with American exceptionalism, and that is the reason why, like, anytime you lift the veil from over their eyes a little bit, they lose their shit. They're like, "Whoa, no." You'll probably find yourself, when I talk like this, you probably find yourself immediately being like, "Wait, hold on, I don't agree with that. No, we are actually a lot better than China. We are so much better than China." You know? It's just like, no matter how progressive or how lefty you are, it's really hard to just shed yourself of a couple things. One is the dogma of capitalist thinking, and also the American individualism and American exceptionalist idealism that makes you believe unconditionally that like America's the only country on the planet. There are no comparable OECD nations out there that are fucking absolutely destroying with respect to like healthcare, education, public transportation, housing, just so many other things that we just get constantly cumstered on. Gun control, like reasonable gun control. All we have is just a sense of pride for no fucking reason. If you have a sense of pride, at least like use that as a motivator for like good things that help all Americans.
Reduce our nation's carbon emissions. Just to put something on paper for the rest of our hypothetical, let's plop down 3 massive interstate tracks of high-speed rail. Dallas to New York City at 2,490 kilometers, Dallas to LA at 2,311, and DC to Seattle at 4,443, for a total of 9,244 kilometers. These 3 lines, with stops along the way, would make a huge difference when it comes to traveling cross-country or between states, and would come with a price tag of approximately $517.6 billion. Subtract that from our $2.26 trillion budget, and we're left with $1.74 trillion. With one major project complete, let's move on to tackling another challenge: healthcare. It's not uncommon to see Americans saddled with tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars of medical debt. We have the most expensive healthcare in the world by far. On average, our per capita expenditure on healthcare is $11,000, twice the comparable country average. You'd think we'd get excellent care for that premium.
Nope.
But no. Among our peer nations, our healthcare metrics are objectively worse in most categories. Among these categories are critical factors like infant mortality and life expectancy at birth. To make matters worse, we're the only developed nation that doesn't provide universal healthcare to our citizens. So, in other wealthy nations, and even in many less developed ones, you can walk into a doctor's office or hospital, receive treatment, and walk out without paying a cent. That's all taken care of by reasonable taxes. In the US, we still pay taxes, but that money goes to things like bombs and overthrowing democratically elected governments in the global south. Instead of having our healthcare guaranteed to all, we instead have to shoulder tremendously expensive medical bills, even if we have supposedly good employer-provided healthcare. If you don't have health insurance, good luck. There's a reason so many Americans choose not to get the care they need. It's because they simply can't afford it. Okay, by this point, everyone should know that the US healthcare system is objectively terrible. It would make a whole lot more sense to do what all the other wealthy countries do and implement a universal healthcare system. What's it gonna cost? According to a Congressional Budget Office report, the most thorough and extensive of its kind, we need to consider not what it will cost to implement, but how much we'll save by implementing it. The report is incredibly comprehensive, and if you'd like to read it yourself, I've left a link in the description. But the bottom line is this. The report took 4 proposed universal healthcare plans and ran the numbers. They found that every single one of them would save us tens or hundreds of billions of dollars per year, ranging from 42 to 743 billion. Then, just to show the most extreme end of implementation costs, they developed a 5th hypothetical system, a program with high payment rates to providers and drug companies and low cost sharing for individuals, and added long-term support and services. Even under this unrealistic model, spending only increased by 290 billion per year, less than half of what
universal healthcare is shit. Holy fuck. You don't even know till you live in it all your life. Wait time, shit treatment. Doctors don't give a shit. If you go into a walk-in clinic and you have multiple issues, you gotta go for each issue separate so they can charge you each time. One of my favorite fucking takes, first of all, I literally grew up in a country that had universal healthcare, Turkey. But one of my favorite things is when chatters will literally describe like the American economic system from an anecdotal point of view, but still like they'll just be like, oh man, the fucking healthcare is so shit when there's free healthcare. And it's like they're just describing what's going on in America. The main difference between the American healthcare system and others is obviously the insane prices, but also that like hospitals are like hotels, okay? They are. That's the big difference. The gigantic difference between American healthcare and other countries that have been able to offer some form of socialized medicine is that our hospitals are nicer, and that's fucking it. And the cost of that is a lifetime of medical debt. It is insane. People constantly talk about rationing healthcare in these other countries. Like, oh my God, they're rationing healthcare. You think we don't ration healthcare, you idiot? We ration it by who can pay for it. Every country rations healthcare. We ration it by who can pay for it.
What we spend on death and destruction every year. Of course, no one is suggesting we implement this needlessly expensive approach. But just for the sake of this hypothetical, let's say we did adopt the unreasonably expensive model. If we take that number, plus the 517.6 billion for our shiny new high-speed rail system, and subtract that from our Afghanistan war budget, that still leaves us with $1.45 trillion. At this point, you're probably thinking, wow, okay, we've solved 2 of the biggest problems facing the US and we've only spent a third of our budget. And remember, modern public transportation and universal healthcare are always cast as too expensive and infeasible. And
if you were the same streamer in China right now and talk shit about their government, they would put you away like Jack Ma. Yeah, I understand that the Chinese, free speech restrictions are severe. That's not a lie. That is the truth. They have a significantly more authoritarian way of dealing with speech in their country. Certainly. Except, who gives a fuck about that when you don't have health care, you dumb fuck? Like, you are doing the same thing. You are coping. You are coping to try to fucking find, like, any reason for why, like, oh, the situation here is so much better. Okay, why can't we have fucking free speech and also universal healthcare? Like, think about the UK, you fucking idiot. There's a reason why you bring up China, a country that is, like, still developing, okay? And not compare the United States to fucking the UK or Norway or numerous other countries that are right there. Look at fucking Canada. Although the Canadian healthcare system has its own neoliberalism caused issues, it's still better. UK has the worst universal healthcare. You're a delusional psychopath if you think the national healthcare system is not the best possible system that we could have. Surely, obviously, issues caused by underfunding are pervasive and bad. But literally ask any fucking British person if they would rather have private healthcare, and they will tell you very quickly that no, that's not the case at all. The doctors per capita conversation is silly too in America, especially when you look at like rural areas and shit where hospitals are shutting down. Free speech overall, no compromising. Yeah, you're a fucking idiot, dude. Use your freedom of speech to like try to get healthcare then. It's not going to work for you, okay? It's not, these aren't mutually, these aren't concepts that come along with one another. Like there is no like allotment like, oh, well, you can't have free speech and free healthcare. I already gave you examples of comparable OECD nations where you have similar free speech laws, okay, and free speech protections, while you have free healthcare on top of that. So shut the fuck up. It's the same exact dumbass concept of like, let's not compare the United States and gun violence in this country and gun fatalities in this country to like, I don't know, the UK or other European countries. Let's compare it to fucking El Salvador.
Thank you for educating and opening.
Let's compare it to Brazil.
Happy 9 months.
Like, why? Why are you doing that?
Our baby is 1 month old.
Why are we comparing ourselves to countries that we have fucked up? Okay.
And yet, US leadership dumped far more money into a war they knew wasn't effective. It's almost like those in power don't actually care about improving the lives of their people, but rather about enriching themselves and their corporate donors at the expense of human life around the world. Let's continue. The US faces a pretty severe homelessness crisis, which will only get worse as the coming waves of evictions rip through the country. According to one government report, it would cost $20 billion to end homelessness for good. Not
so many veterans too, by the way, that are homeless, but you know, we love our veterans, don't we?
$20 billion per year, a one-time investment of $20 billion. We could end homelessness permanently for $20 billion, an amount that barely registers against the Afghanistan war budget.
According to UN reports, the conditions in Skid Row, okay, in Los Angeles, are worse than the conditions in a Syrian refugee camp in Greece, okay? So just remember that. Same as the conditions in West Virginia. An independent commission found that the conditions in West Virginia for the average working class individual is similar to the conditions of someone living in a developing nation. So just remind yourself of that reality when we talk about any of these issues, like that America's number one and America's the best.
The fact that we have so many people without the basic necessity of shelter is a national embarrassment, and is in direct contrast to the myth that the US is the greatest nation on earth. If we can't even provide for the most basic needs of our people, what good are we? Frankly, we should put an end to homelessness simply because it's the right thing to do. But since this is America we're talking about, a one-time investment of $20 billion will save us money in the long run. The federal government spends just shy of $3 billion per year on funding programs that address homelessness. A little quick math should tell you that a one-time investment would pay for itself in just 7 years. That's just good business sense. There is absolutely no reason we couldn't end homelessness this year. It would just require a shifting of our priorities, away from violence and oppression abroad, and towards decency and compassion at home. Okay, we've solved public transportation, healthcare, and homelessness, and we still have $1.43 trillion left. Get the picture yet? It is incredibly difficult to spend this much money, even when tackling very expensive challenges like the ones we...
Here's the UN poverty report that Chatter was saying. I don't believe the West Virginia one. The UN poverty report finds shocking inequality in world's richest nation. The United Nations has published a report on poverty in the U.S. based on a fact-finding tour that included parts of the Ohio Valley. The UN report says that 40 million poor Americans, about 5.3 million, live in the third world conditions of absolute poverty. The study also suggests that recent tax reforms have worsened the situation for U.S. citizens. According to the UN Special Rapporteur of Human Rights, Philip Alston, the report's lead author, in an interview in the Ohio Valley Resource, he said poverty has significant human rights implications. He released the final report, which finds the U.S. had the highest rate of income inequality among Western countries. In 2018, the country had more than 25% of the world's billionaires. Alston also found the U.S. does not provide adequate funding to address its opioid crisis. The country is also one of the lowest voter turnout rates among developed countries, with just a little more than half the population casting ballots in the 2016 presidential election. But hey, dude, if you're poor, just fucking join the military and get blasted. Yeah, that's another thing I was going to talk about, obviously. Here's a WAPO article on a school district opting out of free and reduced price meals, saying that the students would become spoiled. I have no problem starving every executive that made this decision. They should starve. Every executive that decided that... you know, free meals programs would cause students to become spoiled should starve. Absolutely starve. For the record, for those of you who don't know, school meal programs are incredibly important for millions of children that only get their only adequate meal from said school meal programs. They're so important, as a matter of fact, that like even during COVID, the meal programs continued at schools, even though schools were closed. Millions of fucking families rely on free meals at school. That's how sad the situation is, by the way, in this country, that like our dog shit school meals, our dog shit free school meals are in some instances the most nutritious meal that a child will have. Wonderful stuff. Anyway, we'll get back to that in a little bit.
As we've mentioned, there are plenty of problems we could address. From rebuilding crumbling infrastructure, to starting the transition away from fossil fuels, to electrifying airlines, to investing in sustainable agriculture, to funding climate change mitigation efforts. The point is, US leadership will never take the initiative to invest in these critically important areas when they can dump trillions of dollars into war for the sake of maintaining dominance over the rest of the world, no matter how many lives it costs, and no matter how many problems we could solve at home with that money. Every year, the United States falls further and further behind its peer nations in crucial
So cheaply adequate, I relied on them growing up. I'm a professional cook and the standards for that food is barely nutrition. No, I know. And even then, that barely nutritious meal is considered the most nutritious meal that child will have for the entire fucking year. So think about that.
Metrics, quality of life, wages, health outcomes, infrastructure, and countless other areas which should be the priority of all nations, especially those as wealthy as the US. There's a reason the rest of the world sees the US as a force for chaos and destruction. It's because we are an incredibly violent nation, bent on the subjugation of the rest of the world to our way of life. A way of life that does not benefit the average American, and certainly does not benefit those living in the nations we occupy, bomb, and leave for dead. It is long past time the American people took a hard look at the priorities of our elected officials. They do not match our priorities, and that is not the way it should be. I mentioned at the beginning of this video that this kind of content is made possible.
I'm a New York City teacher, and while we have free breakfast and lunch for our students, one of their meals is mozzarella sticks. They aren't even good. Yeah, I mean, I have to repeat myself again. There are so many families in this country, the wealthiest country on earth, that are food insecure. And the most nutritious meal that they will get is from their fucking schools, even if it's a mozzarella stick.
I was mauled in the face by a dog. got surgery the same night by one of the best plastic
Taking that
surgeons
away,
in Europe, and only have a tiny
I
scar
got
to
surgery
show
the
for
same
it.
night by one of
It
the best
was
plastic
entirely
surgeons.
free.
Okay, I don't want to hear, you know, boy bruvs flexing about their wonderful healthcare system. Okay. 2 girls in elementary school and mother's a teacher. The Dringenberg household in a Milwaukee suburb have been joyous and excited about back to school season until this year when the Waukesha School District Board decided to opt out of a federally funded program that would give free meals to all students regardless of family income. Board voted June 9th to return to the pre-pandemic National School Lunch Program, which offers free and reduced price lunches to students who apply and receive federal money for them. Waukesha is the only eligible school in the district in the state to issue the funding. Although Dave Dringenberg's children had never qualified for the National School Lunch Program, he said the decision angered and disappointed him because officials seemed to be out of touch with the community's needs. 900 parents since June and teachers connected over social media and have been pressing the district to switch back to the universal or free for everyone meals after board members decried the program's potential to produce an addiction to the service, a stigma that some experts have disproved. Yeah, it's a moral hazard if children get addicted to eating free food, dude. How is that not villain behavior? Like, that's like comic book villain status at that point. Let them eat their fucking bootstraps, dude. You hear stuff like this, and then you think to yourself, like, you know, can we shoot these people out of a cannon into the fucking sun? And that's a normal and healthy thing to think, in my opinion. It's a somewhat violent thing to think, right? Well, guess what? This is significantly more violent than that. Okay? What that statement is a statement of violence. That person is uttering an incredibly violent thing when he says children could get addicted to the free school lunch program. It's food, man. It's sustenance. It's a necessity for survival. You fucking crazy? But we are conditioned under a capitalist dogma, under a capitalist dogmatic belief that, like, structural violence in the form of poverty that we advocate for the working class is actually not like a violent thing to say. You only recognize that something is violent if it's actually against the systems that we rely on or the systems that we consider to be normal. Okay? That's the difference. According to the data from the Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction, 4,249 students of the Waukesha School District qualify for the free and reduced price meals in 2018 and 2019, 36% of the student body. All school districts that had participated in the National School Lunch Program were eligible for the seamless summer option. Wisconsin's, by the way, that's another thing that, like, because of how important school lunches are in child development, especially in impoverished areas, that they continue offering free food during the summer too. Okay? Of Wisconsin's eligible 409 districts, Waukesha is the only one choosing to opt out according to the State Department's public instruction. All the state's public schools adopted the Universal Meal Program in March 2020, the nascent days of the pandemic. It just comes from just caring about other members in our community, said Fraley, a mother of 2 students in the district. I want to hear what these dipshits had to say. Oh, as we get back to whatever you want to believe normal means, we have decisions to make, Joseph Como Jr., president of the school board, said at the June meeting. I would say this is part of the normalization. Meanwhile, dumbass, wealthy, privileged, dipshit fucking parents, Republican parents, are screeching about, like, making kids wear masks, or screeching about vaccine mandates, or screeching about fucking CRT. Meanwhile, you have, you know, school boards basically saying, yeah, fucking, if you're poor, you die. One of the worst, most disgusting things that you can ever do is starve children. Waukesha, just so you're away, it doesn't matter, but just so you know it's good. Okay. Why do you pretend like you're an MMA expert? I literally don't know anything about MMA and don't care. It's child abuse too. Some of the programs that like schools will engage in are so fucked up. They literally make kids debtors. They'll mark them at school if they can't fucking pay for their meals and shit. It's really disgusting. Yeah. I've covered this extensively over the course of the years. Let me see if I can find one of those, like, videos. Here you go.
Letter sent to about 1,000.
So while I show you guys this, you know, before I go into this, I also will have to let you know that it's top of the fucking hour, okay? Which means it's time for a 60-second ad break. If you'd like to no longer see the ads, of course, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5, or you can do it for free by, you know, using a Twitch Prime, or you can use an ad block, or you can use a VPN. You know, there's many different ways of avoiding the ad break at the top of the hour. I know it's way past the top of the hour. I was just like spitting, and I fucking forgot. Okay, suck my dick. But here's the ad break now. Okay.
Parents in the Wyoming Valley West School District is at the center of a very intense debate and growing controversy.
Old TYT Hasan.
Now, the letter informs the parents that the unpaid lunch bills can result in them being taken to dependency court and possibly their child being removed from their home and placed into foster care for basically not providing food for their child.
School district in Pennsylvania sent a letter home to parents of children with unpaid lunch debt, threatening to call child welfare authorities because we live in hell. Actually, no, it's worse. We live in a country worse than hell because at least Satan would be like, hey man, maybe we shouldn't threaten to take children away from their parents just because they're poor. Anyway, here's a guy who's basically Satan, defending why threatening to sick Child Protective Services on parents was a good way to try and collect a $20,000 debt.
Hopefully that gets their attention. Certainly did, didn't it? I mean, if you think about it, you're here this morning because some parent's crying foul over he or she doesn't want to pay a debt attributable to feeding their kid. How shameful.
My man, I don't think you've ever felt shame in your entire life if you think this is the parents' fault and certainly not a problem with underfunding in the district. And thankfully, there are some sane people at Luzerne County Children and Youth Services who immediately pushed back on the utilization of child welfare authorities in this manner. But those sane people don't seem to be working at the school district, as a new report shows that Todd Carmichael, co-founder and CEO of La Colombe Coffee, offered to cover the $22,000 debt, but the school board president said no and hung up on him. What? And this problem isn't even unique to Pennsylvania. In the US, approximately 30 million kids take advantage of free or reduced price school lunches at public schools, and for the 13 million or more children living in food insecure households, school lunch might be the only meal they get to eat on any given day. Low-income parents, mired in crippling poverty, rely on these programs to feed their children. Now, this doesn't mean that school districts are swimming in cash and simply being awful. School lunch debt is actually a big problem, a systemic problem, of course, caused
caused by austerity measures as a direct result of lower taxes. But the way some schools have tried to deal with this issue is by punishing the parents who can't pay, or even the students themselves. Like this Alabama elementary school that stamped the child's arm with the message, "I need lunch money," or this Minnesota school district that warned graduating seniors that they will not receive caps and gowns unless their meal debts were paid. Some schools also resort to forcing kids into working in the cafeteria to pay off their debts. This practice, known as lunch shaming, is so widespread and so universally hated that New Mexico literally passed a comprehensive bill banning the practice. Numerous states are also raising concerns, and districts across the country are banning practices like hand stamps, which hurt the self-esteem of children by highlighting the socioeconomic divide between the poor kids and the rest of the student body. And it's honestly shocking to me that we live in the wealthiest nation on earth, where we have an abundance of food, and there are still food insecure kids. But the way to deal with this issue should never be to threaten the parents or to embarrass the children. I'm Sam Piker. Why does everyone always make the same joke? Like, oh, who's this guy on the fucking screen? Like, what is this? My hair is pushed back, you fucking dingus. That's the difference. Anyway. Dear Hasan, I believe you're doing the right thing, even if you are a revisionist. You are my favorite stream, but as Lenin said, theocracy or theory which out practice is useless. What? My question is, are you a member or a supporter of any Marxist organization with revolutionary greetings? An IMT member from Berlin. No. Anyway, so that's the beautiful system that we live under. That's the beautiful system that we exist under in, of course, the wealthiest nation on earth. So get excited. Here, let's get to some fucking fun stuff, okay? His pregnant wife said this week that the hospital was out of options for her husband. Texas anti-mass freedom rally organizer is fighting for his life with COVID-19. QTCINDERELLA is going to be here soon.
A sector of the public. This isn't about they're afraid of the vaccine.
A Texas man who helped organize protests against pandemic restrictions is fighting for his life after being hospitalized for nearly a month with COVID-19, says the San Angelo Standard-Times. His wife, Jessica Wallace, wrote Wednesday on Facebook that she had a heartbreaking update about her husband, Caleb. He's not doing good. It's not looking in our favor, she said. His lungs are stiff due to the fibrosis. They called and said they've run out of options for him and asked if I would consent to a do not resuscitate. And it would be up to us when to stop treatments. So I have a question about this. Was there not enough ivermectin? Is that what happened? Was there not enough horse dewormer to unclog his fibrosis-induced lungs? Like, hey, it's called freedom. Sorry. That's called freedom. Caleb Wallace, 30-year-old father of 3, been unconscious and ventilated and heavily sedated at the ICU at Shannon Medical Center in San Angelo since August 8th. You're dying for freedom. That's right. Sorry. Not sorry, actually. Literally sorry, not sorry. I am not even remotely sad. I am not vaccinated by choice, and that's my right. It's not the government's job to protect my health. It's the government's job to protect my rights. It's my job to protect my health. When you trade liberty for safety, you end up losing both. Okay, folks, Wayne Feed and Seed has some liquid and paste ivermectin. Get it while supplies last, says Joe Manning. Captain Joe Manning with the Wayne County Sheriff's Office has died from COVID-19, according to a Facebook post. Owned. Get fucking owned, dumbass. Yeah, R.I.P. Bozo. The moment that you say, get your fucking liquid and paste ivermectin from Wayne Feed and Seed. I mean, he was a hog. Hear about the guy in Kansas who died after he coded before surgery, non-COVID, but there were no hospital beds available because COVID? Yeah, those are people who deserve to have the hospital beds. There is nothing larger as far as like self-owns goes. There's no greater self-owned than just fucking dying of COVID. Okay? When you were constantly fucking advocating for non-approved FDA cures, FDA unapproved cures that the FDA tells you not to do, that are untested. Sorry, you're a fucking idiot. I don't feel bad about this. I especially don't feel bad about this fucking Freedom Rally organizer. I don't. I do not. Please stop taking my drugs. That's pretty funny. That's the scariest. This is like a... Is this like a Spanish hospital where this horse like goes and visits dying people? He's like a therapy horse or something. Famous therapy horse. Fucking terrifying, dude. I love horses, but actually terrifying. One of the comments from a nursing subreddit talking about COVID patients. They're dropping like flies in our ICU. 20 and 30-year-olds on vent. 99% of them unvaccinated. Even had a patient's family member bring in a letter from a lawyer demanding that the doc give the patient ivermectin. It's a doctor horse, yeah. Yeah, man. We are not even talking about like the fucking mental health crisis that nurses are going through in this country. Obviously I follow a lot of leftist nurses on the timeline. They're constantly fucking talking about how their brains have just rotted. Like absolutely fucking rotted from having to treat dumbasses who don't want to survive. That guy said it's not the government's job to protect his health. It's his job. So I guess he should have stopped being a freeloader and worked harder or done a better job. Yeah. Like nurses are losing their fucking minds. Doctors and nurses are losing their fucking minds from having to treat people in packed, slammed fucking ICUs every day. Seeing so much death and destruction all around them. Now, that, of course, leads me to today's top story of the day, ivermectin. Ben Collins did a pretty good analysis of this. Thank you for sending that to me. Chatter. I was going to pull this up anyway. Ivermectin, folks. Some of you know it as horse dewormer. Republicans know it as... What is this? More cops here than when the Capitol was attacked? Right now, cops from the Minnesota State Capitol. Oh, yeah. We'll look at this in a second. The Line 3, right? This is the Stop Line 3 protests that are happening in Minnesota. We'll get to that. Best short-term fix I can think of for U.S. vax hesitancy is to have Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton put out a joint statement saying they're so happy so many conservatives are foregoing vaccination because that means more vaccines for liberals and immigrants. It's actually kind of funny. That's true. I think that would work. I literally think that would work. How does this British motherfucker understand America better than, you know, American policymakers? I literally think that There will be a worse nursing shortage when more hospitals require vaccinations. My girlfriend's hospital just required it, and nurses are quitting over it. Guess you can. That's what you get in rural Nebraska hogs. Yeah, that's the other part of it. There are a lot of fucking anti-vaxxer nurses who are just like insane. Yeah, I already talked about Caleb Wallace, who is fucking dying. Who's gonna end up dying. He's gonna end up dead because he deserves it. Like, literally, if there is one person who like absolutely deserves the fate that they have been dealt, you know, good karmic justice, it's this motherfucker who organized anti-vax and anti-mask freedom rallies. This has gone on amid a new wave of COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations across Texas, driven by the virulent and highly contagious Delta variant of the virus. Roughly 47% of Texas' eligible population has been fully vaccinated. The worst part is, like, Greg Abbott has COVID. He's going to be fine. You want to know why? Unfortunately, Governor Greg Abbott has COVID and he's going to be all right. Why? Because he's getting the best fucking Regeneron treatment that is unavailable to the average folks. And also, he's been triple vaxxed. Not only has he gotten one vaccine and the second one, like he got his full double dose, he got a booster shot. Meanwhile, he's doing everything he can to kill his own fucking constituents. I hate him so much. I wish all awful things upon him. I wish he could ever fucking see a crumb of the death and destruction that he has brought upon the people of Texas. I really wish that he would just experience at least a fraction of the horrible fate that he has brought upon Texas. Same with Death Santis, too. Disgusting. Based and grass-pilled. All this talk about horse dewormer got me remembering the times you made my worm feel like a horse whenever we would kiss. Just want you to know that if I could ivermectin's right with you. Anyway, tell your parents I said, please never do that again. Okay, that was funny, but still. Okay, my bad. Texas physicians are using Regeneron therapy to reduce the COVID-19 hospitalizations. Approved late last year, the infusion therapy takes 2 hours to administer and is free if prescribed. I was wrong. Regeneron is actually doing work in Texas. But my point still stands about the fucking triple vax shit. Dude, I will watch the fucking Spider-Man trailer. Holy fuck, you guys have been like literally nonstop asking me to watch this. I don't know why. Parents chased and shout at governor over mask mandate. What?
This is minutes after a group of parents began yelling at an education roundtable today. The meeting in Cheshire was cut short. Several parents followed and confronted Governor Lamont outside before he could leave.
Bro, not a single person is trying to get a fucking baby that old to put a fucking mask on, you psycho.
Where's our free mask? Our group is certainly not anti-mask. We are pro-parents' choice.
We're talking! Susan Zabahansky's group, Parents' Choice, was at today's roundtable in Cheshire to protest the statewide school mask mandate.
We believe that the masking of children should be left to the parents.
Thank you, Lucas J.
We believe that
Synthcat.
every health decision should be left to a parent.
Last week, Governor Lamont announced that there would be a mask.
No, there shouldn't. Health decisions should not be left up to the parents. You want to know why? Because you guys are too stupid, okay? Like, it's such a stupid thing. You go to the fucking doctor and the doctor's like, hey, you know, you have type 1 diabetes, okay? We have to fucking put you on an insulin pump. And the parent's like, I'm a parent. It's my child. It's my choice. It's like, no, dude, you can't do that. Like, you're a psycho. You're fucking, that's child abuse. I don't know what else to say about that. You should not be able to do that.
mandate at schools until September 30th because of the Delta variant. The governor has pointed to states like Georgia, Texas, and Florida where hundreds of students are quarantining or have gotten COVID in districts that don't require masking. Children 11 and younger cannot get vaccinated.
Masks are a very valuable stopgap as we wait for vaccines, especially for younger kids.
Dr. Luke Davis was among several medical professionals in Fairfield who sent a letter to the Board of Education weeks ago, urging them to adopt a mask mandate in schools. The physicians say without masking, there could be high risk of transmission in classrooms, simultaneous infections among children, and further risk of breakthrough infections among vaccinated teachers and staff.
But when you're talking about classroom settings where you have children crowded together and with teachers and other staff in schools, that's a setting where there is kind of a greater risk.
Zabahansky says if school mask mandates remain in place, they'll continue pushing school boards to let parents decide.
Fucking idiots, dude. I like, they will never experience the fucking pain and suffering they cause the others to. Well, some of them do, and we will, of course, keep laughing at them, obviously. Let's be real. Okay. Hasan already got an anime adaptation? What? Bro, stop sending me your own fucking... your own tweets, okay? A lot of people have asked me this. Where did this ivermectin obsession come from? Who could possibly benefit from it? Most importantly, why did my anti-vax aunt start eating horse goo from the tractor store? It's complicated, but here are some answers. First off, they really are eating horse dewormer. It tastes terrible. Some mix into it in jam and eat it on toast. Others have asked about more drastic actions. After they think ivermectin horse gel will... Horse gel will their life. Their doctor won't prescribe it. How do we get here? Can I squeeze the paste into my anus instead of my mouth? It tastes horrible. I seriously hope you're kidding, lol. Try using the human form, which comes in tablets and therefore no squeezing required. Fillable gel caps are cheap and easy to use. So, where did the fucking horse dewormer shit start? First of all, we gotta go back to last year. If you remember, Holy Ghost Send the Power, America's frontline doctors, came out with the hydroxychloroquine cure. Trump doctors who were they had an extremely viral video talking about hydroxychloroquine. President Trump retweeted it. It had millions of views before it was pulled from Facebook. That was those guys. America's frontline doctors, you know, the greatest fucking chiropractors of all time. Including, of course, Dr. Stella Emanuel. You guys remember Dr. Stella Emanuel, I hope. Famous for demonic sperm. And also this. Hold on.
They are responsible for general failure at the edge of breakthrough. If you see somebody that has a serious spirit husband, it affects almost every facet of their lives. They are responsible for infertility. People that are married, they go to the doctor.
This is her. This is Dr. Stella Emanuel, the doctor Donald Trump defended. By the way, I just want to remind you guys that, like, when Donald Trump got COVID, he himself, of course, did not use hydroxychloroquine. He got Regeneron. So just a reminder that, like, they do not practice what they preach. They do not care. She became famous because before claiming hydroxychloroquine cures COVID, she said ovarian cysts came from sex with demons. Trump said she was very impressive. America's Frontline Doctors was founded by Simone Gold, who spent the last year barnstorming churches and schools insisting COVID vaccines can't be trusted. She became a wildly influential anti-vaxxer in the process. She has over 300K followers on this website. Okay, here's a song.
Holy Ghost, send down fire.
This is
Holy Ghost, send down fire.
This is Dr. Stella Emanuel as well.
Holy Ghost, send down fire. Holy Ghost, send down rain. Holy Ghost, send down power.
Some of you will remember this because we used to pop off with this every fucking day. This was like a staple in the HasanAbi broadcast last year during the COVID pandemic. We used to listen to this every fucking day.
Send down fire. Send down power. Send down fire. Send down
Now, of course, Kanye gonna sample this now? I was gonna say, if Kanye doesn't sample this, then he's a fucking fraud, honestly.
Send down fire. Holy Ghost, send down rain. Holy Ghost, send down power. Holy Ghost, send revival. Holy Ghost, send revival. Holy Ghost, send revival. Send revival. Send revival. Send.
Anyway, so that's Dr. Stella Emanuel. That's Dr. Stella Emanuel. Dr. Stella Emanuel's cures with respect to hydroxychloroquine, of course, were not used by Donald Trump himself when he got COVID. I just want to remind you of that. Over the last years, hydroxychloroquine failed to become the miracle cure. America's frontline doctors claimed anti-vaxxers became obsessed with COVID therapeutics. They're largely experimental cocktails from countries that didn't have, but wanted vaccine access. Some included ivermectin. That's why you hear a lot of people say, like, oh, this is what they used in Japan, this is what they used in India. Okay? Anti-vax groups on Facebook and Reddit wanted ivermectin. Doctors wouldn't prescribe it. Members did whack-a-mole with telehealth providers trying to get doctors to sign off on scripts. But one really obliged. Speak with an MD who partners with, and you might have guessed it, America's frontline doctors. Now, when ivermectin started being hailed as the new hydroxychloroquine, the hydroxychloroquine of 2021, a lot of other, brain trust dipshits in the IDW, for example, the intellectual dark web, like of course, Bret Weinstein, started having this grifter, Robert Malone, okay, on his broadcast. There's a famous fucking broadcast that Bret Weinstein had with Robert Malone. I'm going to show you that right now, in which they discussed ivermectin as a fucking separate cure. Joe Rogan also participated briefly in spreading this alternative cure. It's fucking idiotic, whatever, but mostly Bret Weinstein that is like the most famous, most viral video. I want to show you the viral video. So Dr. Robert Malone, I don't know if I can like find the actual video because it's been yeeted from most places on the internet because they want to stop you from saying the truth, brother. Okay? Here's a fact check. Oh, here it is. In this video from the Dark Horse podcast that currently has 4 million views, okay? Bret Weinstein interviews Robert Malone and this other guy, okay? This other anti-vax, this other famous anti-vax doctor that lives in Florida in a fucking gigantic mansion because he shills alternative cures to COVID. Robert Malone is not the fucking creator of the mRNA vaccine. Robert Malone in 1984 wrote an article about the delivery mechanism of the mRNA vaccine, has not done anything about the mRNA vaccine ever since then. He only is notable for lying about being the inventor of the mRNA vaccine and has himself openly stated that he did not invent the mRNA vaccine. And yet this video, this idiotic fucking video with Steve Kirch, Robert Malone, and Bret Weinstein is still on YouTube. Okay? And they don't even have like a Wikipedia link on here, or whatever the conspiracy thing that YouTube, the conspiracy measure that YouTube puts forward usually. Okay? Now, here's the clip from JRE.
I've never had to do an
Joe Rogan's emergency censored podcast with Bret Weinstein and Dr. Corey. So we'll look at that in a second too. But let me talk a little bit further about this fucking idiot, okay? Where was it? Where did it go? Oh, nope, that's not it. Oh, here it is. Okay. So this guy, Robert Malone, is being hailed all over the internet as like the founder of the mRNA vaccine. And in this conversation that they're having, he basically says that the spike proteins in the COVID mRNA vaccines that are out there, Pfizer and Moderna specifically, actually will lead to mass deaths. Okay, that it's toxic, it will lead to infertility, and it will lead to mass deaths. When asked, Robert Malone has openly stated personally that he had nothing to do with the mRNA vaccine, and yet here he is billing himself as the fucking founder of it.
Good, and this
as he lies about this fucking vaccine.
And that's what people do.
And I would just say that, you know, looking at a complex puzzle like this, one needs some kind of tools. I mean, undoubtedly in what you've written, there are things that aren't going to turn out to be right. Undoubtedly, you've just written so broadly that, you know, with this being such a large live issue, undoubtedly there are errors. But the point is, even if you read this thing and you say, what if what he's saying is 50% right, right? It's still so alarming that effectively the response would have to be the same. Something has gone wrong. We are in danger, and we are not behaving rationally. And you can detect where we are not behaving rationally in numerous places that I hope we will get to. But do you want to outline the basics, like the bullet point, you know, the top 10 bullet points that people ought to be aware of that you're calling attention to in your article?
This guy had to delete all of his articles because otherwise he was going to go to jail, okay, for willingly spreading misinformation. This guy also lied about his credentials and also the spike protein development mechanism within the mRNA vaccine. Yet all and every fucking dumbass that is on Facebook still routinely shares this video and different forms of this video that have gone viral on TikTok, that have gone viral on Facebook, as though either of these fucking dipshits have any clue as to what they speak of. Okay? That dipshit in the middle right there that had these two dipshits, these two fucking charlatan grifters, also shilled ivermectin. He was one of the dudes that actually shilled the ivermectin cure and constantly talked about, you know, libtard media censoring them or some shit. There is not there is no better representation that, like, people just are hogs with lizard brains that believe in the aesthetics of certain things rather than the actual credentials than these three individuals getting together and talking about things like as though they are intellectuals who know what the fuck they're talking about. I mean, dude, they have credentials, right? This guy's a professor of biology. Robert Malone claims he fucking invented the mRNA vaccine when he didn't. And this other doctor is like the leading like holistic medicine guy that is spreading COVID conspiracies.
It's so hard because it's just this unbelievable story.
Right.
And let me just tell you how it got started.
However it works.
Okay, sure. So it got started when my carpet cleaner came and he was wearing a mask, and I said, "Hey, we're all vaccinated. You can take it off." And he said, "You know, I just got I got the Pfizer vaccine, and I had a heart attack 2 minutes later." And
why would anyone watch this and be like, "Wow, that's so..." Doctor, by the way, dude. Doctor, by the way. Wait, is this the guy? Oh no, Steve Kirch isn't even the doctor I was thinking of. He's just an entrepreneur. I was mistaking him with the other bald doctor. Oh, sorry. He's just a serial entrepreneur, dude. Oh my God, I was doing fucking fake news. I thought it was the Florida doctor. You guys know what I'm talking about? The holistic medicine guy? The #1 fucking spreader of fake COVID cures? The DO doctor. That's who I thought it was.
so he spent the night in the hospital, and he says, you know, he's kind of recovering from it. And I said, how are you doing now? And he said, you know, still, you know, feeling bad about it. And he mentioned also that his wife, also her hand, she'd, you know, hold a glass like this, and her hand would be shaking like this, and the water.
You're fucking idiot, dude. Literally anecdotes. Yeah, that's Mercola. Joseph Mercola. Is who I was thinking of, the DO. He's been dubbed the most. I mean, he literally looks the same, by the way. Can you really blame me for thinking that guy is this guy, though? Like, for real? Look at this. Like, he might as well be wearing glasses and it's the same person.
would be coming out, and she was perfect before. So I have 2 people. We have very few people in my house because of COVID. So the fish guy, the carpet cleaner, and the house cleaner, right? And so to have not just one person, but him and his wife, I mean, that is like lightning striking twice in the same place.
So yeah, totally. This is how we should be doing medical evaluations, actually. There's a fucking reason why there are professionals that look at this and not dumbass podcasters. Okay? Because if we guided our public health measures off of anecdotes from, you know, this entrepreneur guy talking to his fish guy, we would all be fucking dead.
And so if it was really a safe vaccine, then what I just saw was impossible. So that's kind of what triggered me off on this. And then I had been on this Canadian physician's call with Dr. Byram Brittle. And he showed this chart. And he said, normally when you vaccinate someone, the vaccine goes in the shoulder and it stays in the shoulder, in the shoulder area. And what happens is the antibodies are generated and they attack the this antigen in the shoulder, and it wipes it out, and we're good. But what Byron Brittle did is he did a FOIA request to the Japanese government to look at the biodistribution data, and what he discovered is that it doesn't stay in the shoulder where we all thought it should stay. It goes throughout your entire body. It goes to your brain, to your heart.
So that's 2 problems. One problem is it isn't where it's supposed to be, ideally.
Where we thought it was.
Did he just say he did a Freedom of Information Act request on the Japanese government? Like an American, like he used an American law for Japan? What? This motherfucker is vaccinated, isn't he? So he's talking about anecdotes. Then he's talking about how he's talking about anecdotes from his fish guy or his carpet guy. His whole family is vaccinated already. And now he's saying he has a Canadian friend who used an American act for American authorities on Japanese authorities. Yeah, him and his wife are vaccinated, by the way, of course. So here's the thing, okay? For those of you who don't understand, the body doesn't create, like, the immune system doesn't just localize the fucking reaction, dude. Okay? Your immune system works throughout your entire fucking body. So what he's talking about is really dumb. Like, it's not, when you get a vaccine, when you get like the previous forms of vaccines, not the mRNA one, that's your white blood cells circulating through your entire fucking body. There is no, like, if that was the case, you could literally, like, you know, oh man, I got AIDS on my, you know, I got an AIDS on my fucking shoulder. I'm just going to cut out my shoulder and then we're good. You know what I mean? Someone jabbed me with a fucking AIDS needle, but it's fine. I just like cut out the piece of meat on my shoulder and then boom, AIDS free. Like that's how this would work, okay? Because it stays in the shoulder. Like motherfucker thinks it's like snake venom. You know what I mean? It's so fucking stupid. I'm not a doctor. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking himbo. And even I know this. Even snake venom is not like that either, but whatever.
But where we thought it was, for all the
And the other
previous vaccines.
The other problem, and this is your area of expertise, is that what these vaccines do is they encode spike protein alone, so that the immune system will learn to recognize spike protein and will catch it quickly when one is confronted with COVID. But the spike protein itself, we now know, is very dangerous. It's cytotoxic. Is that a fair description?
More than fair, and I alerted the FDA about this risk months and months and months ago. And
So
we had a discussion about it.
And to be fair, the FDA did not think that the S1 subunit and the spike protein was toxic. And so the FDA knew about the biodistribution. And one of the scary things is
This is all bullshit. Like, the guy who's talking, like, I informed the FDA is just a kook, okay? He's just some guy. He wrote a paper in 1984, and that's it. He has done nothing for the development of the mRNA vaccine. It's the mRNA vaccine technology was created by two other individuals that have nothing to do with this fucking dipshit. He is just a complete charlatan, okay? But also, the other fucking hilarity is that people unironically believe that like everyone that got the vaccine we're all gonna die. When the vaccines are not cytotoxic. Not true. Okay? We went through this fucking Twitter article before. Plenty of other doctors other than this person have also talked about this clear fucking conspiracy. But hey, Bret Weinstein talked about ivermectin, so he must be right. And he talked about how the fucking vaccine is going to kill you, so he must be right.
that the biodistribution like peaks in your ovaries. And
so just to nail the point home, they did know.
They did know.
I did send them the manuscripts. So and their determination was
it's a harmless spike protein.
That they didn't think that was sufficient documentation of the risk that spike was biologically active.
Right. Okay, they did not believe the spike was biologically active. So that was the big mistake.
We now know the spike protein is very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
Is biological.
No, totally. We do know that. Yeah. Except, that's not happening. I don't know why the fuck they have decided that this is happening. Great. I can see you're scared if it's true. No, dude, you're a fucking idiot. Okay? Not only did I get the vaccine, and I'm very happy that I did, I also want to get the fucking booster shots too. You are a fucking idiot. Okay? You are a hog that would rather take horse dewormer paste than actual fucking the COVID vaccine that's like a fascinating piece of medical technology.
We also know, so if it was very dangerous, but it did what the brochure on these vaccines says it should do, which is lodge in the membrane of the cells that are doing the transcribing, it would be a lot less destructive, right?
Why is he not terrified that he's gonna fucking die from the vaccine? Him and his wife are both dead. I wonder what the reason is that he's not even remotely concerned when he's talking about how vaccines are gonna fucking kill you. Meanwhile, he already admitted that he got vaccinated. So strange. Perhaps, he's a little bad faith.
I think that's fair, and you're right. It's not just the the
big pharma profits give you any pause. Yeah, dude. I hate big pharma, and I hate profit in big pharma, which is why when, when a loved one is undergoing cancer therapy, I told them not to do that and instead do the Steve Jobs like juicer technique. You know, that'll save them. Yeah, I fucking hate big pharma profits, which is precisely why when I broke my arm, I was like, I don't want to fucking cast, dude. I don't want you to help me. Okay? I'm just going to have a broken arm for the rest of my fucking life. I do not want surgery. My appendix burst, and I don't want to do anything for it, okay? Because big pharma profits. Except COVID is all around the world, and even in places where there is socialized healthcare. So what the fuck? How do you operate like that?
Documentation about the vaccine. It's the prior literature that was put out by the people that developed it, that developed these clones. So they were aware that there was a risk of a spike being biologically active and having adverse events if it did not stay stuck to the cells that were transfected, that got the RNA and made it. Okay, and they used a genetic engineering method of putting a transmembrane domain on it to ensure that it stayed anchored and stayed put. And they did limited non-clinical studies to say, looks.
According to the fact checkers, the limited amount of spike protein that like travels to your body, just fucking pee it out, okay, or shit it out, or whatever the fuck. The 1% of the vaccine that does reach the bloodstream is destroyed by liver enzymes. Research shows that the spike proteins remain stuck to the cell surface around the injection site, do not travel to other parts of the body via the bloodstream. They added, the 1% of the vaccine that does reach the bloodstream is destroyed by liver enzymes. Pharmacologist Sabina Vora-Miller produced a Twitter infographic explaining how spike proteins from the vaccine are harmless. Also, you know what fucking develops spike proteins in your body? COVID. That's right. Roll the dice on that. A vaccine is much like a $5 a month subscription or a Twitch Prime. Okay? It prevents you from seeing the top of the hour ad breaks. That's right. At the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. But if you get vaccinated against that in the form of a $5 a month subscription or a free Twitch Prime that you use here, you will no longer see those ads. You can also use, the lesser versions of that, ad block or a VPN. But Twitch Prime is free. It's like the Pfizer of vaccines. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. What is this?
I'm here at Collerton Station to have a
what?
Ride on the Seaton tramway.
Why did you send this to me?
I'm here at Collerton Station to have
I just like sometimes chatters need like extra vaccines or something to just stop their brains from being the way that they are. The American Board of Emergency Physicians just sent an email saying it can revoke board certifications of members providing disinformation to the public. Oh, fuck yes, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, this is so good. Oh, fuck yes. Oh, thank God. Why haven't we done this already? ABM's Code of Professionalism requires that physicians refrain from conduct that the board determines in its sole judgment to be sufficiently egregious that it is inconsistent with the ethical behavior by a physician. Providing misleading and inaccurate information to the public can be sufficiently egregious and inconsistent with the ethical behavior of a physician who is expected to do no harm. Hey, where the fuck was this for like the past year, dude? Huh? Where? Where was it for the fucking past year, dude? It's so sad because it's like 96% of doctors got the vaccine back in June. 50% of the 4% said that they were going to get it. So like 2% of doctors haven't gotten the vaccine. I don't even know what the estimation is now. Meanwhile, that 2% is like the only doctors that 50% of the country listens to. Russ MCG, thank you for the 521 gift subs. I fucking hate this shit, dude. What, Bernie in Indiana counter protest?
I know, yeah, you were right. I was not expecting that.
Dipshits in the wild.
Good time.
Hell yeah. Robust counter protest against Bernie. Half of those motherfuckers aren't even real doctors, too. They're just like fucking, they're just fake. They're not real doctors. Their degrees are completely made up. They're like fucking, you know, chiropractors and shit. "10 days, a story in 2 parts. I will not be mass tested, tracked, poisoned, or chipped to support the orchestrated lie. This is not my new normal. Hashtag I do not consent. My results have come back. I do have COVID. This stuff is no joke." And she's dead. Well, you should have gotten the fucking microchip, dumbass. Womp womp.
Emergency podcast before. Recently, we have an outpatient treatment protocol centered around the drug ivermectin. I'm a lung and ICU specialist who's part of a group.
I'm an evolutionary biologist.
My group, the 5 of us, we call ourselves the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance. But this cell culture model showed that if you applied ivermectin to these, it was actually monkey kidney cells, the virus was essentially eradicated within 48 hours.
So it's a well-known drug. It's been in use for 40 plus years. The issue became that discussing this and discussing what you just said on YouTube led to your channel getting now 1 strike on one channel and is 3 strikes on your Clips channel?
They've delivered 1 strike to each channel, 1 warning to each channel, and they've removed many videos.
One of the things about ivermectin is it's been around so long, there's a generic version of it available. Is that correct?
That's a key feature of ivermectin. There's no money to be made off ivermectin.
And no one can kind of control it. It's not...
The most comprehensive ivermectin study was pulled because of plagiarism, for the record, and completely made up results. And also, there is currently an Arkansas doctor that is under investigation for prescribing the anti-parasitic drug to thousands of people for
Health officials in
COVID-19,
Mississippi,
despite the FDA warning. So if your doctor is telling you that, like, you know, ivermectin is this fucking miracle cure, that's not a real doctor, okay? I hope he loses his fucking certification. Oh, for the record, what people are looking for ivermectin, so now they're turning to a pro-Trump telemedicine website so that they can get the ivermectin. Texas Poison Center's calls have tripled for people for self-treating COVID-19 with ivermectin. I think it was Mississippi that also had a similar problem where 80% of the calls coming into the Poison Center were from people who were like ODing on ivermectin which is literally made for fucking animals. So the dosage, the concentration is extremely fucking high. Not only that, but also in Washington County, yes, they forced ivermectin on the prisoners at a detention facility. So no, ivermectin is not a fucking real cure. And also, America's frontline doctors are the ones who are selling the access to ivermectin. Like, they are the same people that are pushing the ivermectin cure that this thread is calling out. So Speak with an MD offered $90 COVID consultations with MDs from America's frontline doctors. The cost of ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine isn't included, but conveniently they partner with a pharmacy who will ship it to your door. We got a hold of the intake from a Speak with an MD doctor. One part of the questionnaire asks, what medication do you prefer? The user is then presented with 3 options: ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, or not sure. This got out of hand fast. Speak with an MD now hits you with a prompt warning of long wait times due to overwhelming demand. Anti-vaxxers were worried about family members dying of COVID, and they were told ivermectin cured it. They were getting really impatient. And that's how people started eating horse goo. When cases ramped up in the fall, and we don't have any approved treatments, I'll be ready to save as many people as I can. People went and they bought ivermectin, which is horse dewormer, straight from like the feed stores. Anti-vaxxers started imploring each other to go to pet stores, claiming the horse and people ivermectin were the same. They started sharing tips on how to eat the gel kind. They started hoarding it. They started to wonder if maybe, just maybe, without medical supervision, they'd had OD'd on it. To evade what they believed to be the incoming Facebook and Reddit bans, some ivermectin fans started to ask how much their horse weighs, so it didn't look like they were giving out medical advice. I identify as a horse and can report no ill effects from the directed dosages recommended by professionals taken on a weekly basis. I like mine with a side of strawberry jam, worm-free since '93, winky face. So that's how we ended up here. Ivermectin fans on Facebook complaining about wait times and high drug prices got fed up with America's frontline doctors who sold them conspiracies and the fake cure. So they went to the feed store to get the horse goo because it's cheaper. The one final plot to the story is that America's frontline doctors founder Simone Gold was indicted and is currently awaiting trial. Of course, for her role in the Capitol riot on January 6th. Out on personal recognizance, she was on the speaker lineup for an anti-vax rally in LA on Saturday. I should go to that. There it is. That's the fucking story. I'm in healthcare. This is fucking dumb. Human and animal formulation doses for drugs are completely different. The shit out of the store can and will kill you. Yeah, it's my freedom to die. Libtard, shut up. Fascinating Twitter thread. Yes, I am one of those people who cannot comprehend the difference between a fucking Twitter thread by literally the fucking guy who did the investigative reporting for the NBC News article as the senior reporter for NBC News. Yet another insightful and brilliant take from an absolute fucking dumbass, dude. I love absolute dumbasses. You have PTSD from debates? What is your credentials for political science, KW? Fascinating Twitter thread. I wonder where these fucking dipshits are coming from with their completely idiotic takes. Are you that horny to just like get a quick dunk that you think this is not a summarization of the actual fucking article with images that this person has literally written? I know this is a sock account. I just want to see if they have a reaction to this. No, they don't. I do have a political science degree. The same place that these idiots come from also never ask for credentials when, whoever the fucking person is feeding them this idiotic misinformation. I'm waiting for nah, he's got nothing. He already moved on. Anyway. What makes that Twitter account legit, though? Like, what the fuck does that guy know? Dude. Dude. Are you fucking kidding me? What makes any article from a news outlet legit, then? This is a senior reporter at NBC News summarizing his own article in the form of a Twitter thread. The only reason why we're reading it through Twitter threads is because it's easier for consumption than a fucking whole ass article. That's it. Oh. What's with all the fucking brain rot lately? I don't know. I mean, I do know. It's because people are fucking pathetic and they're stupid and they're looking for alternative cures. I don't know what else to say about it.
Poison control center calls are climbing because what they're seeing are residents taking something called ivermectin, which is an anti-parasite drugs for horses and cows to treat coronavirus. This has even led to one hospitalization. Can you be clear for the American people on this drug?
Well, Brianna, that is heartbreaking to hear. And let me just say very clearly that ivermectin is not a recommended treatment for COVID-19. It is not a recommended drug to prevent COVID-19. The best protection we have against COVID-19 is the vaccine. And if you get COVID-19, we actually do have treatments that work, from steroids to monoclonal antibodies and other treatments. But ivermectin is not one of them. And Brianna, what this highlights is just the profound cost of health misinformation right now. We've been seeing health misinformation as a problem for years, but the speed, scale, and sophistication with which it is spreading and impacting our health is really unprecedented. And it's happening largely in part aided and abetted by social media platforms. This is why a few weeks ago I put out a Surgeon General's advisory on health misinformation, in part calling companies to account to say they have to step up and take more responsibility for this health misinformation on their sites, because it is costing
Can I
us
ask
in
you to
terms of
that
people's
point?
health.
Can I ask you to that point, sir? Because Facebook said this weekend, and yes, you have been clear on this, but Facebook said this weekend that a news story undermining confidence in coronavirus vaccines was the most popular link in the U.S. during the first quarter of 2021. So
I love that, dude. I love that. I fucking love that, dude. I just there's nothing we can do. There's just absolutely nothing we can do about any of these issues. It just feels like everything is getting worse every single fucking day. People are getting dumber. People are advocating for their own demise, and they think that they are holding on to this semblance of freedom. Their freedom to fucking die, and they're getting all of this information from a platform that does not care about misinformation being spread, because that means more clicks, that means more revenue in the long term. And it's causing so many fucking idiots to die. But more importantly than that, because I don't really care if you're a fucking dumbass and you are, running around telling everybody not to take this vaccine, spreading conspiracies about it, and then you end up dying. I don't really care. But more importantly than that, you're annoying me with how fucking stupid and silly you are. You know what I mean? It's so much worse for me personally to have to hear idiotic anti-vaxxers constantly fucking talk about ivermectin is good actually. What about India? Because they don't ever die quietly. You know what I mean? They don't just crawl up into a hole and die. They die very publicly, very loudly, and very proudly. And they take up incredibly important resources all the way to the fucking last moment where they die. ICU beds that could be given to others.
So you've issued this warning certainly about misinformation. What do you make of this news?
Well, I think it reinforces what we've known for a long time, which is that there is a lot of misinformation circulating on these sites. And look, I will, readily say that the sites have recognized that this is a challenge, and they've stepped up to do some things to reduce the spread of misinformation, and I credit them for that. But it's not nearly enough, because there's still a tremendous amount of misinformation circulating.
So the annoying thing about ivermectin is that because the U.S. and other wealthy countries greed, other nations don't have a surplus of vaccines to offer to counter COVID, which naturally leads to people in these other countries to rely on snake oil salesmen. The thing about ivermectin is that, like, human beings can take it. It's an anti-parasitic drug, right? But a lot of people are now taking the horse version of it, which is super concentrated, and it can cause your liver to malfunction. You can shit out, your intestinal lining, thinking that you're like shitting out worms when you're not. You're just literally shitting out parts of your intestines. COVID is not like a fucking living parasite. Anything to say regarding which documents ivermectin uses? Wait, what? Ivermectin for COVID-19, 63 trials, 613 scientists, 26,398 patients, 31 randomized control trials. What? What the fuck is this website, dude? C19ivermectin.com. The main fucking meta-analysis was rescinded. Like, the main ivermectin papers have all been fucking rescinded. Or, flawed ivermectin preprint highlights challenges of COVID drug studies. The study's withdrawal from a preprint platform deals a blow to the anti-parasite drug's chances of COVID treatment, researchers say. And the reason why they fucking pulled it was because... The reason why they pulled it is because, like, they fucking flubbed the research. They made shit up. Instead of blindly citing science from your science chud friend Pierre Corey, take a look at actual data from the most recent completed randomized controlled trial to date. TLDR, ivermectin does nothing but make people need a ventilator sooner. Effective ivermectin on time to resolution symptoms among adults. Like, all studies that are looking at ivermectin, like, the main studies have already been fucking pulled. The main studies have actually been pulled, or they're fucking completely incomplete. Or they are not enough to... it's like hydroxychloroquine. It's not enough to say that ivermectin will legitimately improve people's conditions. It is the exact same fucking concept as hydroxychloroquine. Now, the reason why we don't talk about hydroxychloroquine anymore is because everybody knows it's fucking bullshit. Ivermectin is just the new version of hydroxychloroquine. I'm a 14-year-old with a condition that hasn't been studied at all with a vaccine for a reaction. What? I'm pro-vaccine, but am I being selfish and putting people around me in harm's way by waiting? Sorry, I'm spamming. I respect your opinion. But I don't even understand what you're talking about, dude. I don't understand. Just look at the titles of the other articles that refer to it below. Chronologic bias, confounding by indication in COVID-19 care. Remarks about retrospective analysis of ivermectin effectiveness on coronavirus disease. Standard dose ivermectin for COVID-19. And a response. I don't know what to do about all this misinformation. More people died in August 2021 than August 2020 with like 5 different free vaccines widely available. If this doesn't show how stupid and selfish Americans are, I don't know what will. If you are choosing to not get vaccinated, you should fill out a form online so you forfeit your dosages in writing, granting the U.S. to send that overseas into a neighborhood without access. Do something useful. You're going to be a fucking idiot. You should also forfeit your right to like get a fucking take up an ICU bed. Like, you don't get the vaccine and then you get COVID, you just die. That's it. Like, you don't get the medical treatment. You don't trust the doctors anyway. This shit really fucking hurts my soul more than anything else. Our meta-analysis of survival for ivermectin had to be retracted after one of the main studies we suspected of medical fraud. With the revised version, there is no statistically significant survival benefit for ivermectin, so the original version should not be quoted. Oh, this is the fucking website. So the meta-analysis on that main website was retracted because one of the main studies that they looked at in that meta-analysis was fraudulent. And that's the website that guy sent. The ivermectin treatment website or whatever the fuck. There you go. Everyone in the country should have an appointment for COVID they have to go to. Everyone comes out either with a vaccine or an education on why it's safe and then sign documents saying they will let someone else use theirs and they can't go to the hospital. I agree. They can go to the hospital for other shit, that just not for COVID treatment. Like, obviously. Why do they have so many studies? It's so stupid. What do you mean? No, it's not stupid to, like, study alternative cures. That's not a dumb thing at all. The dumb part about this is, like, when dipshits, when fucking assholes turn around and use, like, fake stats or game the system to make it seem like, you know, ivermectin is actually a cure just so they can sell it. And then people go along with that no matter what. In an effort to not be mainstream, in an effort to come across subversive, in an effort to come across like a skeptic. Like, everybody wants to be the Galileo, dude. Meanwhile, they're the ones who are literally fucking screaming that the earth is actually fucking flat, or screaming that the earth is the one that's, or the sun is actually traveling around the earth and not the other way around. This sucks, but when is QD coming? Soon. I don't know. She didn't tell me when. I asked her for an ETA. I have a condition which hasn't been studied for adverse effects, and that's what I'm asking. Is it selfish to wait to be vaccinated until they're sure? Bro, if you have a fucking medical condition, go ask your doctor. Why the fuck are you asking me if it's safe for you to get the vaccine? Are you nuts? Listen, if you trust my opinion, then, you know, my opinion is go ask your fucking doctor. Come on, bro. What are you doing? I'm a himbo, dude. I'm stupid as fuck. The only thing I can do, and the only thing I try to do, is look at all this information that other people who understand it better than me have compiled. I have no fucking medical certification. I have no qualification to be able to read through these studies. And any fucking debate lord dipshit on the internet that like acts like they're going to the primary sources and understand what they're seeing in the primary sources is a fucking dumbass. And ironically, no different than like, you know, Bret Weinstein and all these other people. Is the study on ivermectin preventing COVID in India discredited? Dude, why don't you ask Indian medical professionals if they would rather take the vaccine or some fucking horse dewormer that they think could help? That's a point of desperation. Why are you using people who would much rather have the vaccine trying to fucking deal with it by using ivermectin, horse dewormer, instead? Ask those motherfuckers if they'd rather have the vaccine or the horse dewormer, okay? My son is looking for a studio apartment around USC, and one that he applied for a couple months ago. Told us that the owner wanted 6 months rent up front after he and I both paid app fees. No wonder people fucking hate landlords and the management companies that facilitate them. Oh, and that's in addition to the first and last month's rent for deposit. Holy shit, dude. That's insane. But also not surprising because USC, downtown LA, all the fucking apartments there are insanely expensive. That's really fucked up, and they can get away with all this shit because there is no controls over what landlords can and can't do. Incredible stuff, which leads me to the other thing I wanted to talk about. I'm done with this fucking ivermectin bullshit, okay? And that is the eviction moratorium. The eviction moratorium was unfortunately
back to the Supreme.
The eviction moratorium has ended, unfortunately, after the Supreme Court decided in a 6-3 decision that the eviction moratorium extension was blocked by the Supreme Court in a 6-3 decision.
The conservative majority
we're going to talk about this a little
blocked
bit.
The Biden administration's temporary ban on evictions. Weijia Jiang is here now to break this ruling down for us. Weijia, good morning. Is this a blow for the president at the hands of the high court?
I mean, you may remember that President Biden was not going to try to implement any additional measure to help people who were struggling to pay the rent, because he said, despite trying, despite the CDC looking for a legal path forward, there simply wasn't one. But there was mounting pressure from progressive lawmakers. You might remember Cori Bush, who was literally camped out on the steps of the Capitol because she was urging the administration to act. And, you know, at the end of the day, he said, I'm going to give this a shot, even though he acknowledged it was likely not going to pass constitutional muster. But the one thing that may have done is give some local and state jurisdictions more time to distribute funds that Congress had already approved. But it doesn't seem like they did.
Nope, $40 billion is still unused. So no, that did not happen. And it didn't happen for the past year. So why would it happen now? I believe the number is somewhere around $21 billion of unpaid rent right now in the United States of America. And the amount of funds that we had for rental assistance programs was like around, was it 60? I mean, it's double the amount. Here, I'll give you the actual numbers. I should stop fucking freestyling. Okay, the Alabama Association of Realtors, which sued to challenge the moratorium in the Friedrichs case, argued that landlords would lose $13.8 billion to $19 billion each month in unpaid rent as a result of the moratorium, which is a lie. That's not a fair estimation. Okay? The March and December stimulus package gave states $46.5 billion in emergency rental assistance, but Insider reported on Wednesday that only 11% of that aid has gone out, with 89% of it unspent at the time of the Supreme Court's ruling. 89% of the $46.5 billion is unspent, just waiting to be spent right now.
Did that much with the time, quite frankly, because just yesterday we heard from the Treasury Department that only about $5.1 billion of the $46 billion already approved by Congress for rental assistance has gone out through the end of July. And so that's precisely what the administration, what President Biden will focus on now, is trying to get that money through, since it's just sitting there.
There is no vehicle to use this money appropriately. That's one of the issues, okay? That's one of the main problems. In the United States of America, we do not have like accurate aid distribution programs. A lot of people don't have fucking bank accounts. We don't have public banking in postal offices. You know what I mean? So that's one of the significant hurdles to overcome. So that money's just sitting there. Some of the landlords don't want that money because they want to fucking be able to evict their renters and take advantage of the new rental market where they can overcharge for that same fucking house without repairing it.
So, Weijia, how did the administration respond to this ruling?
Well, Jen Psaki, the press secretary, issued a statement. She said,
a lot of the, one last thing. A lot of the government programs are also incredibly difficult to take advantage of. It is so purposely convoluted and so purposely difficult to fucking actually get money out of the government. Literally on purpose, by the way. Like in Florida, for example, trying to get unemployment insurance in Florida is nearly impossible. And the glitches are built into the system. The glitches are literally built into the website. So it's as difficult as possible to be able to get unemployment insurance. In Florida, like they openly state this. Okay? So the same like hoops that you have to jump through in order to get like any sort of aid or any sort of relief for your rent assistance is also incredibly difficult. Once you fill up that fucking mountain of paperwork and become a bureaucrat in and of itself and become a bureaucrat on your own to be able to even get this relief, and you might not have time to be able to do that, but let's say you did, let's say you fucking figured it out, let's say you finally were able to fill out the paperwork and get that relief, then your landlord could just say, no, I don't want this. So there's also that.
That the White House was really disappointed and said once again that as a result of this, really the only recourse, that's my assessment of this, but her words, she did say that the president would continue to call on state and local governments to distribute some of that funding because, again, they already know it's there and they are quite frustrated. They have been now for several weeks knowing that, there's red tape to cut that they want to see gone because the critical moment here is for those people who are wondering every day whether they're going to be kicked out of their homes or not.
But this is not the first time this has happened. I mean, the last time that this was overruled by the Supreme Court, the administration basically said, like, our hands are tied, we can't do it anymore. The Supreme Court said we can't. And then, as you mentioned, they did it again.
I need to show you some of the opinions from this fucking SCOTUS decision, dude. It is so nasty. It's such bile, dude. Debate Lord Andes, dude. Holy fucking shit. Please tell me this article has some of the links. The majority opinion, which was unsigned, said the Centers of Disease Control and Prevention had exceeded its authority. The CDC has imposed a nationwide moratorium on evictions in reliance of decades-old statute that authorizes it to implement measures like fumigation and pest extermination, the opinion said. It strains credulity to believe that this statute grants the CDC the sweeping authority that it asserts. Stephen G. Breyer, writing in the 3 dissenting justices, faulted the court for its haste during a public health crisis. I don't care about the dissenting ones. Justice Breyer wrote that the public interest is not favored by the spread of disease or a court second-guessing the CDC's judgment. Wait, come on. I need to show you, like, the dipshit-ass fucking things that they said. But landlords who've said the moratorium saddled them with billions of dollars in debt hailed the move. The government must move past failed policies, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you guys. Congress does not act after political pressure from Democrats, surge in the pandemic. It's like, it was really good. It was really fucking good. They said shit like, what's next? Is the CDC going to be able to, is the CDC going to mandate that everyone have a free laptop? Or a free phone? That's what they were saying. The law the challengers wrote was concerned with quarantines and inspection. No, not that. I wonder if it's in this article. Nope. Wait, maybe here. The challengers argued the law. The justices who in June had left in place a prior ban that expired. Fuck. Anyway, the point was that they... Oh, here. In a brief opinion released shortly before 9:30, the court acknowledged the public's strong interest in fighting the spread of COVID-19 and in particular the Delta variant. But that was not enough to leave the ban on evictions in place. The challengers, the court explained, are virtually certain to succeed on the merits of their argument that the CDC has exceeded its authority. The key factor, the kind of emergency relief challengers were seeking. Because the CDC had relied on decades-old statute, we already talked about that. The court noted since its earlier proceedings in the case, the government has had additional time to distribute funds. Oh, here it is. Measure necessary. Could the CDC, for example, mandate free grocery delivery to the homes of the sick and vulnerable? Require manufacturers to provide free computers to enable people to work from home? Order telecommunications companies to provide free high-speed internet service to facilitate remote work? That was what they said, like, what's next? All of these other good things? Can you imagine? I love that. And that is at the heart of why the Supreme Court operates the way it does. It's a fucking capitalist a defender of it's like the final fucking defense of capitalism. If we allow the state to tell people that they cannot be robbed of their basic need for survival, like shelter, then what's next? That's the fear. The what's next is the fear. That's why they're doing this. Literally to the slippery slope fallacy. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's a fucking slippery slope. Think about how terrifying a proposition it is for the Supreme Court justices that are tasked with upholding some of the most oppressive structures under capitalism. That the genuine fear that they expressed so openly on this fucking opinion that none of them were courageous enough to sign. That, you know, what if the government forced people to fucking get grocery delivery or, you know, have telecommunications in a time of need? Wild. It's the same energy as kids are addicted to free food. Kids will get addicted to free food, as they said in Milwaukee. Really, really fucked up. So now, as a consequence of this decision, you know, in the absence of any sort of serious measure put in place to provide adequate relief to the people that need it, millions of people are slated to be evicted in the middle of a fucking pandemic when the next spike is going to come soon, especially in fall as summer is going away, as we're getting into fall.
And there's still this unspent money. So what more can they do? Can they push Congress to act? Where do they go from here?
Well, they will try to push Congress to act, right? Because that's exactly what the ruling said, that it must be up to those lawmakers to authorize this, not any federal agency that wants to enforce power that it does not have. But the reason why President Biden had to move forward without lawmakers is because they did not have the votes. You may remember this was a little bit of a hot potato. The administration called on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to do something, to take it to the floor, to have a vote on legislation to extend the moratorium. That caught the speaker a little bit by surprise. And there was this back and forth, very public, almost blame game happening about whose responsibility it was to try to extend the moratorium. And the House Speaker said, look, I would love to be able to do this, but she simply did not have the votes. And that was just about 3 or 4 weeks ago. So it's difficult to imagine that between then and now, more Republicans have changed their minds, unless they're hearing from constituents that they're about to become homeless. And so it is up to Congress, and President Biden will pressure them. But short of that, there's not much the administration can do, at least legally, as we just saw from this ruling.
And do we know when this goes into effect or how many people approximately it's going to affect?
Why is it up to the CDC? Because there's no other fucking government apparatus that is, you know, tasked to protect the people, unfortunately. So the CDC was utilizing its awesome powers as best as it could to prevent further spread from occurring and to prevent millions of people from being evicted from their apartments because they can't pay for their rent.
So it impacts about 3.5 to 4 million people who had said, you know, even 2 months ago, they were at risk for losing their homes. And the last eviction moratorium already.
Biden said he did not have those powers, though. I don't care. Like, I literally don't care. Be authoritarian. Okay? Be a fucking authoritarian, please. Do a little bit of tyranny for the betterment of majority, okay? Like, what the fuck? It's never going to happen because it directly contradicts what a bourgeois capitalist government is supposed to do, which is, you know, protect the interests of the few, the capital owners, and always place it above the interests of the many, the workers. But, like, just do a little bit of authoritarianism, man. Just fuck it. The CDC has no right to control a disease on a large scale. Wrong. You're literally wrong. You're completely wrong. The CDC has, like, insane powers. I mean, this Supreme Court decision will unroll that a little bit, but up until this moment, the CDC has awesome powers, like unimaginable powers, dude. They are literally the fucking Center for Disease Control. Are you memeing? It's got to be a meme, right? Fuck.
already ended on July 31st. And so it's done. There is not this federal protection.
I literally do not care that Bernie Sanders went live. Like, I promise you I'm not going to watch it.
And that bans landlords from trying to push people out of their homes. But, you know, that's the other piece of this, right? Because landlords say they have bills to pay too. And so, you know, they are struggling as
well. They should get a job. Like, seriously. A thing you can do if you are a landlord and you're struggling to pay your bills is get a fucking job. Why don't you get a job? It's an investment, right? And your investment is fucked right now. Okay, so what do? Like, what a silly thing. This is what I don't understand. You made an investment. In my opinion, it was an inhumane one. And now you're eating the loss of that investment. Why is it up to the government to fucking protect you and defend your investment? Every landlord tries to act like they're just a small homeowner. Like they only have their own home and that's it. It's like, no, motherfucker. Get a job. Literally get a job. Being a landlord is a job? Is it? Let the fucking renters deal with the problems of the house then. Fuck it. Get a job. Can you imagine your dumbass fucking Wall Street Bets friends that are like, you know, day trading? They put all of their assets into some dumbass stock and then they lose it all. Do they get to go to the government and be like, meh, I lost all of my money. I made a bad investment. No, we say get a fucking job. Literally, get a job. It seems like there are a lot of places that are hiring. They're looking desperately for new waiters and waitresses and things like that. Get a job.
as well without rent money coming in. And that's why, you know, it's just another sign, Christina, of how devastating this pandemic has been financially on the millions of Americans who, again, are now wondering, without this protection.
Get a job, but the tenants don't. You have the dumbest take ever. The tenants do have a job. Most of the time, the tenants absolutely have jobs, idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? It's just that the budget shortfall is built into their existence, so they still can't pay their fucking rent.
How they are going to pay the bill.
Devastating and with no easy solutions. Ouija, thank you so much. Sure.
Landlords get a job so renters can stay living rent-free. Cool, so the renters stay home then and don't have to pay rent or get a job. What? I like the notion, I like the idea that like everyone that's currently fucking living rent-free just simply don't have jobs. Like they just don't have jobs and that's why they can't pay rent. And not because like rent is insanely fucking expensive for so many people and that their time might have been cut during COVID. The difference between a renter and a landlord is literally that they have more money than the renter. Okay? They have more money, so they were able to fucking purchase a house. And now they're, you know, renting it out to others. Everyone who defends landlords has never either actually rented or have their mommy and daddy pay for them. I don't know. Maybe. I'd like to manage property one day through my own investments. It feels weird to have you have this take on landlords. I am a firm believer and an advocate for decommodifying housing in its entirety. So you will not hear a different take from me on this. While I understand that, unfortunately, under our current organization of the economy, there are older people that like literally have one fucking property that they've dumped all of their cash into and now renting that out is basically the only way that they can continue surviving because they can't actually work. I'm not trying to get a 65-year-old or a 60 or a 70-year-old grandma who has like an additional apartment to go to fucking work or anything like that. Clearly, that's not what I'm advocating for. I understand that. Okay? But if you're like, you know, if you own multiple fucking properties and that's a nice little additional amount of income that you're getting, and most of these landlords don't just sit on properties, they also have actually like, you know, other jobs that they work at. Then that's an investment that is unfortunately not, you know, bringing a lot of return this year. Sucks to suck, I think. I am a landlord because we are able to purchase other properties that we make nothing on except for the rent pays for the mortgages, but every year while the house increases in value in 10 years is worth way more too. The cost used nothing because renters. Yeah, exactly. It is unfortunately incredibly easy to make money off of the real estate market in this country. Like in comparison to other investments, it is literally one of the most like risk-free investments that you can get into. There should be a little bit more risk. No, it's not. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? You literally you straight up sink a fucking down payment. If you have enough capital that you've accumulated that you can get a down payment, it's a ripperoni, dude. It just put it in and then turn around and, you know, get the renters to pay the mortgage plus and then some on top of that. Like houses that I wanted to buy that I was looking at, they would rent out for like 15 grand on the market, but the mortgage payment is around like $7,000 to $10,000. Tenants have almost zero rights. The entire system is designed to protect property and landowners. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, dude. You're having a renter literally pay your equity on a loan that the only difference is you were able to take out a loan. Okay, that's it. You had enough money and a good enough credit score to be able to take out a loan. That's the big difference between you and the renter. Okay. So once you do that, you're literally getting other people who don't have that kind of money, that kind of like original amount of cash or income to pay your fucking debt over the course of like however many years that you rent it out. All the while, your property value is increasing that you can fucking sell off at any given moment. I rented from the same guy for 4 years. He lived in a different state and paid a property management company to handle everything. Never even met the guy. Of course not. Just like you never meet the fucking, you know, the shareholders of your company. It is an investment. Turns out it's risky. It's a risky investment for once. That's a cap. Everything is in place to protect tenants. Landlords always get fucked. Dude, you are delusional, dude. Come on. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? It's not easy money. Having lots of rentals to look after is a liability. Maintenance, insurance, bad renters. It takes a lot of work. Okay, don't do it. Don't do it then. If it's so difficult, don't fucking do it. Do something else. I mean, literally, just do something else. There is no such thing as tenants' rights anywhere. Like, here's the thing, dude. If landlording was so difficult, okay, in and of itself, if landlording was so difficult as a job, then why don't you get a job? Like, get a real fucking job then. I don't understand. Here, solved it for you. Okay? If it's real work and it's really fucking hard to do, then get a job. I actually don't understand it. It's like whenever fucking business owners cry about, you know, lazy workers and shit, and how if they increase their wages, like their business is going to fall apart. And it's like, okay, well, you know, what's the worst thing that happens when your business falls apart, dude? You become a worker again, and you desperately, very desperately never want to become a worker again. So maybe that fear should help you and motivate better working conditions for your workers that you employ. The worst thing that can ever happen to a business owner is to be relegated to a worker status once again. And the irony there is that, like, they know how shitty it is to be a worker because they employ them. And the counter always is, so you'd rather have large corporations run all the rental properties rather than the self-employed guy, HasanAbi? No, motherfucker. Fuck those large corporations. I want to destroy those large corporations. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about decommodifying housing while you're, like, trying to, once again, desperately pit the mom and pop landlord in my fucking face. Same exact concept. Whenever I talk about $15 minimum wage, it's like, oh, so you want the small businesses to go away, but the big businesses are so that only big businesses can exist, like the ones that can pay $15 minimum wage. Great stuff. Small businesses normally pay their workers well. My uncle works as a carpenter, pays all his workers fairly, even if it means he gets nothing. That's the other side of the reality, is that, like, small businesses that fucking pay their workers well because they have to pay their workers well, they survive. It's like literally McDonald's propaganda. This is the guy. I love this. This is my favorite article. I remember reading this. Like, I'm a landlord with 24 properties. We're suffering during Biden's eviction plan too, and no one is helping. There's the original photo. Oh, here it is. This is my favorite. Engineered tax services in front of his private jet, dude. He's suffering, bro. Fucking suffering. No, it's not an Onion article, dude. How can you say the landlord should get a job? Why can't the renters just get a job if they have less? Find a second job. Why are you screwing the homeowners over? Because I don't care. I don't. And that is that's the truth. I'm sorry. I literally don't care. Because I personally think that, like, people should I personally think that the interests of the many outweigh the interests of the few landlords in this circumstance. Like, the real suffering is people that can't fucking pay their rent and get evicted and and are automatically priced out of the housing market. I think that's significantly more suffering. You look and see homeless people all around you every fucking day. You see people eating trash, dude. And then you're like, what about the fucking landlords? They're not owning homes, okay? These are investment properties. Average landlord owns 2.1 properties. You have never met a shitty renter? Yeah, okay, dude. Yeah, he said that renters should get a second job before a landlord gets a first. Before the landlord gets one job. Yeah, get 2 jobs to make sure I pay a rich fuck who doesn't need the money, dumbass chatter. What do you want to see change with landlords? Max cap for however many properties one can own. Okay. Immediately taxing anyone who has like more than a fucking personal house out the asshole to fund public housing initiatives. I'm just spitballing here. Putting regulations on rent. Putting regulations on unused land and unused housing that you're just sitting on, because in a lot of these houses, like, yeah, vacant property taxes. Because in a lot of these markets, like, there are literally empty houses. They're called teardowns. And teardowns, they just sit there. There's nothing. You don't need to spend any money on it. It's just fucking sitting there. You just need to pay the tax, the property tax. And it's waiting to be sold off. It's a house that is in a state of disrepair already, like, or it's old, and like all the other houses in that neighborhood have like been rebuilt. So you're just basically waiting for the right opportunity to sell it off as an investment vehicle. Can we get rid of smaller renters though? Isn't BlackRock the only thing left? Oh my God, people don't hear me. No, BlackRock and big banks that own multiple properties do not exist in this circumstance, okay? In this situation, that's not a thing you can do. What happens to all the renters when the landlord is finally bankrupt? Actually curious. Who do you think? What happens? The bank owns it then. There you go. Someone is owning the house. No matter what. I'm not saying the system is like fucking designed in a way that is perfect. Just curious, Andy. Okay, and then the bank evicts you instead of the fucking landlord evicting you. It's a nice sentiment, but capping the number of properties can be bypassed by purchasing triplexes or more luxurious properties. Okay. That's still significantly better than literally fucking owning 28 units, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, it's still better than the current system. What do you mean? Also, a triplex will still be a 3 property, so it's still 3 units. The left-leaning Berlin government tried to cap the rent, but the court struck it down. Yeah, nice. All right, send me the Gravel video on public housing. Biggest trial of my life. Landlord says eviction moratorium has drained her savings.
This has been
good. I mean, fuck you, dude. Like, good. Actually, I hope you have no more money and you can't pay for those properties anymore.
Biggest trial of my life.
Patricia Bowman says she hasn't received rent from her tenant in nearly a year.
I saw my savings dwindle down, month by month by month.
Small independent investors like Bowman own about 16.5 million single-family rental.
The worst part about this is that, like, I'm not even going to say get a job because she 100% already has a job, okay? But what really fucking frustrates me about these stories is that they only talk about, like, they never talk about the guy that's on the Business Insider article, okay? That's, like, very rarely is there ever coverage afforded to this guy with 24 fucking properties, who also is the CEO of, like, Engineered Tax Services, and always like, oh, I'm a old lady with, like, a job and also 1 additional property. Do you pop pills before you come on here? You're really fucking ignorant. Wow, you're actually dumb, dude. Oh my god, so many fucking triggered ass, dumbass fucking wannabe landlords in here, dude. I know. Okay, dude. I know your mom and dad have a fucking extra property and they're really upset, okay? I'm sorry. I know. There is a lot of fucking there are a lot of people that have unfortunately chosen to make their money this way.
Properties in the U.S. and a rough estimate from HUD suggests some 1.3.
Like, she's talking about how, oh, woe is me. I'm so fucking sad about literally the case that went all the way up to the Supreme Court. You know that, right? Like, that person is one of the few people that's, like, individually responsible for the eviction moratorium ending. So yeah, forgive me if I don't give a fuck about a singular individual spending all their life savings on this, Supreme Court case, where that will perhaps cause 1.3 million people, or more than that, that are currently renting and are slated to be evicted. Shit, dude, fuck. Yeah, Adam Smith. Landlords has its origin in robbery. The landlords, like all other men, love to reap where they've never sowed and demand a rent even for the natural produce of the earth.
3 million of those mom and pop owners are now struggling to pay their mortgages due to missed.
What a disgusting what a disgusting video. 1.3 million mom and pop owners are struggling to pay their mortgages. Okay, offer a moratorium on mortgages, which the government did, by the way. Okay. Fine.
Rental payments. With the CDC moratorium on evictions during the pandemic, Bowman was stuck, unable to evict the tenant, but she finally got a court hearing in early February.
Ms. Bowman, judgment is in your favor for $7,650 plus court costs.
A judge in DeKalb County, Georgia, did order the tenant out in 7 days, with one catch.
After the writ has been filed, will the marshals still come out to actually do the eviction?
They will once the moratorium has been lifted by the CDC.
Biden's American Rescue Plan, now passed by the House, would extend the moratorium until the end of September. Her tenant hasn't left since the judge ordered him out, and this means he could stay in her house for another 6 months, even if he continues to not pay rent.
It's been like a perfect storm of events that have happened, and where I feel like now that, I am in jeopardy of losing my own residence.
Bowman says her banks allowed her to put this house and her own home in forbearance. That means her mortgage payments may be on pause, but she'll still owe the money later. She could apply for rental assistance herself now that landlords are able to directly submit for the aid approved by Congress in December, but they still need the tenant to sign off.
I don't understand why I would need her approval to pay for the rent. I don't understand that.
Tina Brown says her tenant hasn't been paying rent, all while Brown lost her.
Bro, why do they never ask the tenants, dude? Like, I just don't understand. It's always like they always are asking the fucking landlords, dude. What an incredible piece of coverage from leftist CNN. You remember Communism News Network, right?
Allowed her to put this house and her own home in forbearance. That means her mortgage payments may be on pause, but she'll still owe the money later. She could apply for rental assistance herself now that landlords are able to directly submit for the aid approved by Congress in December, but they still need the tenant to sign off.
I don't understand why.
You actually have no idea how many black people became middle-income homeowners by becoming landlords? Don't knock it until you try it. Bro, who do you think black landlords are renting to? Like, I love this argument. Like, oh, dude, this is, like, important. This is the... Like, who do you think the black landlords are renting to, bro? Black tenants, motherfucker. What are you talking about? Wait, what do you think? I'm just gonna be like, oh, fuck, black capitalism. Well, that's good. Never mind.
Why I would need her approval to pay for the rent. I don't understand that.
Tina Brown says her tenant hasn't been paying rent, all while Brown lost her own job during the pandemic, temporarily moved in with her mother, then finally moved into the basement of her rental property right beneath her non-paying tenant.
Being strapped financially, dealing with COVID.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, that's fucking funny, dude. Yeah, reverse parasite. Fuck. Oh, that's pretty funny. Okay, I'm sorry. Jesus Christ.
Dealing with not knowing where you're going to live, and then also dealing with the possibility of losing your property. It's terrifying.
But more help is likely on the way.
Wait, she's saying you don't know where you're gonna live, and that's terrifying. While she's on a broadcast talking about how, like, I want to evict the fuck out of these people and put them into that exact same condition. What the fuck? She's literally like, why won't the government help me? What the fuck?
The stimulus package passed by the House.
If you're a landlord and you're at the point where you're extremely frustrated, which you have, the circumstances would justify, now is not the time to try to evict.
Because no one will receive rental assistance if the tenant is kicked out, Reef says. She says advocating for tenants is also advocating for smaller landlords, too, who provide most of the scarce affordable housing in this country.
It's a timing issue right now between getting this rental assistance to the landlords in time to save the affordable housing.
So,
right now in global.
So, as I was saying, like, since the beginning of the pandemic, property owner Matthew Haynes said he's lost $250,000 in rental income from tenants who do not pay rent. I've never woken up having panic attacks before this year, said Haynes, 53, who owns and manages 253 rental units in the Dallas area. Wait, I'm sorry, guys, but, like, I don't care about that guy, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Get fucked, dude. Get fucked. Get absolutely fucked. That is literally an investment for you. Get a fucking job, dipshit. Get a fucking job. He worries about providing for his family, keeping his employees, and whether he should sell the buildings and single-family homes he owns, which have been his livelihood for 27 years. He hasn't had a job for 27 years. Time to get a job. Oh, my God. Capitalism is when you don't have 253 houses. Good one, Maoist. Yeah, no, I'm literally fucking Mao right now. Here is the fucking reality. Here is the reality in this exact situation. Are you ready for this? If it was truly unfeasible for him, then you know what he would do? He'd be like, go ahead, I'm selling off the property to you, renter, so you can make the fucking mortgage payments. Or that, here, you can cooperatively own this apartment complex with all of the other renters, so you can now make the mortgage payments, and maybe even additional on top of that, like an additional amount on top of that to like pay for the fucking original down payment. Okay? But that's not the case. They would never do that. They would literally never do that because it's not that. He wants to make money off of that, and he does make money off of that. He's getting the renters to pay his fucking rent and all to pay the mortgage payments and then some. That's why he's been doing it for 27 years, bro. Come on. How can he sell an apartment to someone who can't make monthly rent? That's where the fucking government assistant comes into play. He's been a landlord since he was 26 years old, dude. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fucking fuck out of here.